What's up, fam? How we doing? I'm going to do levels in just a minute here. We really don't have a lot to go over this morning. You can see it's relatively slow. I'm going to get all my dogs and everybody settled, and I will be back here in just a few minutes for levels. Remove some eardrums in chat. All right, what's up, fam? How we doing? We are back, live levels. Let me get this link created real quick, for the dual stream that we'll be doing here very soon. Create this little Zoom link. How you guys doing today? Friday before Black Friday. We got Black Friday sales coming up. We'll talk about that coming up here soon, team. Let me get this appointment put in here. Or 501 690. Sweet. Link. Boom. Boom. Copy link. Boom. Shit. Shit. Will this pop up? Hold on, team. Sorry. Yeah, shit. All right, cool. Let's do levels. Sorry, trying to get this over to Zippy here. And I don't. It's like the link's not letting me text it to him because he's going to be using his phone. But anywho, all right. So levels here for small caps. Let's get into those. Let's go back over here. Boom shakalaka. All right, got the Black Friday sale going on for you guys. Of course, I'll talk more about that right now, really more about levels and the dual stream coming up soon. But that Black Friday sale is going on. So buy the live stream, $30, or I should say $70 for the live stream. You'll get the morning alerts for free for a month, and you'll get one free one-on-one. Buy the half-year live stream at $350. You'll get 3 free one-on-ones and 3 months of the morning alerts. Buy the $700 yearly package. You have me for 1 year on the live stream. You'll get 6 free one-on-ones and 6 months of the morning alerts. If you buy the $1,000 yearly live stream and morning alerts package, the combo, that's also saving you 2 months on each of those for free. You're going to get the 23 pack. That's 23 one-on-ones for free with me. If you get the 4 pack, you're going to get 1 month of the live stream and 1 month of the morning alerts for free. If you get 6 one-on-ones with me, you're getting 2 of each for free. If you buy either the 12 or the 23 pack, actually, you know what? If you buy the 12 pack, you're going to get 3 months of the one-on-ones and the morning alerts. If you buy the 23 pack of one-on-ones, I'm going to give you 6 months of live stream access and 6 months of the morning alerts. All right, now the levels for the day. We do have IVDA. IVDA is your #1 top gainer, right up about 100% on the day. It's a slow and steady eddy. Old resistance, new support's going to come into play right around 90, right around 90 cents. That's right where the VWAP's at. We've got a small sandwich area built in right around 96 cents. And then, of course, we have $1. Favorite area for me is 90 cents. Now, over 110 in pre-market high, where does this have room to run to? Well, zoom in here a little bit. Past chart history has a lot of resistance right around the 140 mark. 140, 145 would be a good magnet for the resistance. Before we get there, we have an old floor as well at right around 120, 125. So 125 resistance, 145 resistance, and over that, I see at 160 for IVDA. Yesterday's runner, EPSM, keep this on watch. I said we'd probably see this squeeze today. We did see it pop in pre-market, but this is now cracking a great line of support that I've had in from yesterday. This line that it's worked out all throughout after hours through pre-market, right around 385. We are cracking that. Support on the way down is going to be at 350, 355. Under that, then we go down to 315 to 320. On the way up, we do have resistance right around the 420 mark, 425 mark, and then over that, very strong resistance starting at around 460, 65 area into 485. Now, if we do get over 485, I talked about this yesterday, resistance right around 515 to 530. Over that, watch for a spike up to 6. And again, this is one of those plays in past chart history that if we get going over 6, this play could really get to rocking and rolling today. So keep an eye on that. Could get that multi-day runner here. I thought we'd get more in pre-market, but it is very lackluster today. Over to MNDR, yet another runner that we've seen here recently, so keep MNDR on watch today as well, in my opinion. Support down around 350, above that at 375. Resistance on the way up starts right around the 425 mark, but really gets heavy into 435. Over 435, we start to see resistance showing back up at 470 into around the 480 area. That seems probably like we won't break over that, in my opinion, and just today. These almost look similar, EPSM and MNDR for the most part, how they've come up in pre-market and fell, and now we're back on down. So that $5 area is going to be very strong resistance for MNDR. Now, it might get back up to that 535 area in pre-market. I don't think it does that. I think we come on down today and stay chop suey. Do we have like anything else to look at? It's just like, God, it's slow in small caps. I'm not doing IVV or whatever. I'm doing that sub $1 play. Ain't happening. Ain't happening. What are the plays from yesterday? SGBX. Let's go to real quickly Mr. Kevin in the hangover plays and see what he's looking at. I think he's gonna have the countdown though on right now, and he's not.
Before I cash it out, wasn't doing bad, but the devil on my shoulder said one more. Now I'm watching profits walk right out the door, and all I had to do was walk away. All I had to do was walk away. Now I'm bleeding red on a broken day. All I had to do was wait. Second trade, I'm feeling bold. It's a story that's been told.
Boy, SGBX. I just now noticed that SGBX.
A little dip is fine, it'll bounce right back. Then I see the whole damn chart start to crack. Panic setting in, my hands are shaking. Just one more trade, for heaven's sake, I'll make it back. I'll get it right. Now I'm just chasing in the broad daylight. From green to gray, from gray to red. All of the voices in my head, they're getting loud, screaming at me. Trapped in this hell that I just let me be. Gave it all back and then I gave some more. Numb to the bone, staring at the floor. The high is gone, replaced with pain. Stuck in the middle of this green turn green. I had him back, so I cashed it out. Wouldn't do it back. The devil on my shoulder said one more. Now I'm watching profits walk right out the door, and all I had to do was walk away. All I had to do was walk away. Now I'm bleeding red on a broken day. All I had to do was this ain't about the money, not really.
Best bounce area is
just the feeling that I'm my own enemy. It's a sickness, man, it's a damn disease. Brings a strong man right down to his knees. I had it all in the palm of my hand. A castle built on unstable sand, and I watch the waves just wash it out. Let me with the fear, let me with the doubt.
And then to go to that, just go back to past runners, past week, that's all we're looking at. You know, like NAR today, SGX, and LFS is another one.
Knew the screen was green, I had it back. Should've cashed it out, why'd I do it back? The devil on my shoulder, he said one more. Now I'm watching everything I had walk out the door, and all I had to do was walk away.
Key. I don't really see anything else running besides, you know, the plays that we're looking at. IVDA is your only new runner. Let's see here. What? You can't hear me? Music too loud. 801, huh? I don't have any music playing. What is this mumble? Oh, that was because I had what's his face on. Yeah, my ears. Yeah, that was, yeah, sorry. Yeah. You're good. I wasn't saying anything important. That was just Kevin's music. Nothing important was being said there. Where's forward at? Include attachments. Yes. All right, let's do some large cap plays real quick. All right. Boy, small caps. Ugh. And I'm not going to give a lot of large cap levels today. I'm just going to give a couple of them. Main reason why we're running hand in hand. I mean, everything's going to look exactly the same today, for the most part, in my opinion. So there's really no point to give levels on every ticker when we're going to be running hand in hand. Like, what was the point of giving levels yesterday? There was no point to give levels yesterday. So I really feel like we're in that boat today again as well, easily, for sure. As you can see across the board, almost every single one of these tickers are identical. I'm not going to give a lot of large cap levels today. There was almost really no point to give levels yesterday because we're running hand in hand. I mean, that's literally what we're doing. So I'll give SPY levels, give a couple others, and I'm going to get straight to the dual stream Friday. On the way up here, we're going to have resistance. Of course, right now we see it at 565.65. That's the lows from Tuesday. If we pop over that, then we get to Tuesday's after hours lows, which then run into Wednesday's in-market lows right around 659 to 659.35. I got to keep going, though, up to then we'll go over that mark for a move up to then the nasty big reversal we had during almost lunch yesterday, right around 662. 662 will be my normal high of day. Ultimate high of day then gets up to 663. Over that, then we get to Tuesday's high of day at 665. I'm going to go there for my ultimate high of day. Now, if we do get higher than that, and we make this huge U-shape back up, we easily can get back to Wednesday's high of day of 667. I don't think we'd get back into the 670s today, but I've seen it all pretty much, and I would not be anywhat surprised if we got there. On the way down, major support, of course, double bottom bounce and pre-market right around 650. That's my normal low of day, 650. Levels in between there, it's jolty, it's choppy. I would say we probably could see a little support resistance at 654 to 653.80. And then I got a little bit down here at 651.50. Low of day, normal 649.45, 649.50, 650 area. Ultimate low of days, you better believe it. Watch for another thumper dumper. We're going down, and I'm just going to give like a round number of 645. I don't think we give a $20 day again. I'll go half of that to 10 down to 645 for ultimate lows. Again, hand-in-hand action here. Apple has been absolutely horrendous. I'm not going to give you guys Apple levels. That chart has got to be one of the ugliest things I've ever seen in my life. I'll give AMD levels because it crashed hard yesterday. AMD on the way up today is going to have resistance at 208.90, 209. Over that, watch for a pop up to 212.15. Over 212.15, we go to that reversal that SPY had at lunch as well at 214.65 into 215. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day gets back up to Wednesday's low at 220. On the way back on down, support. A lot showing up here right around the 203.25 mark, 203 mark. Under that, got to bounce at 202, And under 202, we go down to 199, 199.30. Pre-market low, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day, you better believe it. We're going down, low. And I'm going to do the same thing with SPY. Call it 195, ultimate low of day. I'm going to skip Amazon today. I'm going to skip BABA today. I'm going to skip all the way to Google today. And Google is absolutely asinine. Skipping Google, skipping Meta. Now, Meta, I will say, Meta, if this gets back under 580 with continuation down, but this play just hasn't given it to us. You know, like you go look at this play yesterday, and it chopped around for the last 3-4 hours of the day. The rest of the board did not do that. So that's a little weird and worrisome to go try to trade something that's not running with the rest of the group just because you don't now know what it's going to do. So all the way through to Meta, we're going to leave those alone today. All right, the leave alones. Let's go over to NVDA. I'll give levels on NVDA. On the way up today, we're going to have resistance right around 183. Over 183, we go up to 184. Over 184, watch for a pop up to 184.50. Over 84.50 to that reversal that SPY and everyone else had at lunch for the most part yesterday at 185.75 to 186 normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day, we just can't get back through the downtrend, and they're not going much higher. Although, again, really doesn't matter what I say this NVDA is going to do. It all really comes back down to what SPY is dragging these plays around to. I'll go 187 to 187.50 ultimate high of day. On the way down, support. Well, we got some in the old uptrend channel. We'll see if we still hold that. We're still getting some bounces and somewhat respecting that right around 180. Under 180, we go down to 178.50, and below that, down to 176. Under 176, we find our way to 174.50. Normal low of day at pre-market low. Ultimate low of day under pre-market low. Watch for a move down to 172.50. All right, just flying through the levels here. I'm going to leave. Actually, no, PLTR had a nasty day too as well yesterday, so I'll give PLTR Qs and Tesla levels, and we're done. On the way up, resistance at 158.75, then over that to 160. Over 160, we go to the low of day from Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, which is right around 162.50 to 163.50. That'll be your normal high of day. Ultimate high of day then goes back up to the lows from Tuesday at 165.75 to 166. On the way down today, support. I do have a line in that worked yesterday right at the low of day, and it bounced there right around 155.50. Under that, we're definitely going down to 153.75, and below that, beautiful support at 152 after hour and pre-market triple bottom there at 152. Normal low there, ultimate low of day down to 150. All right, over the Qs, and it's going to run pretty much hand in hand with the SPY. I didn't actually even put it in the board today, but I will now. On the way up, support, or I should say resistance, my bad, at 592. Over 592, we go to 594. Over 594, we go to we'll go 594 to 594.50, which is the lows from Tuesday after hours and Wednesday's low of day. Over that, we go to that reversal at lunch I keep talking about at 5. That's at 596.65. That'll be your normal low of day. Or normal high of day, ultimate high of day, then goes back up to 599.50. And over that, watch for a move into Tuesday's highs, just over 600 at 601.70 to 602. On the way down, the best support I see is, it's a little all over the place. I see a little bit here at 585, then I see one at 584, then I see one here at 582.50, 583. Those I don't like a lot. I don't mind the one actually in after hours there because we found a low and actually bounced back up pretty nicely and hadn't come back down to that till the day in pre-market. So I'd go 583.50 support. Under that, watch for a move down to 581.65, then down to 580, 580.20. Pre-market low, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day cracks back through the uptrend channel that we have here forming, and watch for a move down to 575 for your ultimate low of day. 580 normal low. Busting chops and taking names, if that's a thing, I don't know, but we're going to Tesla. Oh, no, leave it alone. Leave it alone. The only thing to trade with Tesla would be back under 590. Under 590, or 390. Under 390 is a play. Under 390, watch for the crack back down to 380, 381, last Friday's low in open area. I just don't like this on the way up. Now, it does look like it wants to squeeze. Levels on the way up, 405.35. Got a lot around the 410 to 411 area. And then over that, it could get a nasty big poppy squeeze. You know, we've seen this from time to time. Leave me alone. So what the hell just happened there? All right, Tesla team, I'd leave it alone. I don't like this to the top side. Had a phone call there and disrupted that. Anyway, I do like this to the bottom side. Under 593 to around 590 after hours pre-market low. That's the low from the week here overall. That'll be my normal low of day. Ultimate low of day. Watch for a nasty sell-off back down to 381 and the lows from last Friday. Now, if this does get up today, I have resistance at 405.65. A lot right around 410 to 411. That's the really strong resistance. That'll be my normal high of day. Ultimate high of day takes it back up to 417.25 area, a little over 417. Again, choppy chart here. Well, what to trade at the bell? I mean, it's pretty obvious today we're running hand in hand for the large cap plays. There's nothing to trade at the bell. Wait for the big move today. Maybe it's a huge solid move all the way back on up. We've seen red to green moves as well, or we've seen green to red moves where we thought, okay, yep, we're going up today. This is going to be good like Wednesday, and we come flying right back on down. So we're running hand in hand for the most part. These plays are not running by themselves. They are definitely run with the SPY. And they're just being pulled around with it. So know that for sure when it comes to large caps again today. It's that way, in my opinion, for the rest of this month, most likely. And over to small cap plays, going back to those real quickly. Yep, this is where we're at. It's going to be like we've said over the last few days. Maybe we get a 100% mover. Right now we have one in IVDA, although it looks like it's going to get trapped like all these sub to $1 plays have been recently. The upper and lower VWAP bands get them trapped, and then we have like 30 to 40 cent movement in market. Chop around from like, say, 120 to 85 cents or something. MNDR, ESP, or EPSM, former runners here. Let's keep those on watch potentially. I just think today we have the 30, 40% movers, maybe 20% movers we're looking at, and we're like, oh, wow, this is moving. Oh, wow, it's only up 28%. That's where we're at. Back with large caps running hand in hand for the rest of this month. It seems like now small caps are going to be this way for the rest of this month. All right. And there we go. Are you guys just like bam, boom, fliggity, fring, franged? Good to go? Good to go? Let's get that dual stream going. Who's ready for dual stream Friday? Dookie dual stream, baby. Dookie dual stream. All right. So let's go on and join this one real quickly. You guys are ready. We'll get this. This won't take forever. We should be probably good to go almost right into the opening bell. Let's do the view mode right here, and we'll go hide self view because I don't need to worry about myself. I don't need to turn the video on. Let's see if Zip Dog's here. There he is, the man. Got to start recording this. Look at him. Look at him. He's got to drive and talk at the same time.
That's right. I've already been on the radio this morning, and now I'm here with you.
I love it. Love it, bro. Love it, bro. Love it, bro. So, make sure I'm not on, hold on. We got you frozen there for a minute. You got your eyes closed. Okay, there we go. We make sure you're good to go. I was making sure I wasn't on Wi-Fi, making sure it wasn't my end. All right, cool. So, guys, dual stream Friday here. I want to get a successful trader that actually is super busy. I work with, of course, a lot of you guys that have a 9 to 5, have a 7 to 7. You have another job. You can't look at the market all day, every day. And so this is going to help you guys out that are in that boat, that have a job, that you can't sit there and stare at the market and learn charts all day, every day. This is my friend ZipDog501. He is a general manager at a high volume Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Or how do you say that? What goes first? Ram? How do you was it Dodge Ram? How does that go?
I'm going to go with Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram.
Okay, Dodge Chrysler. All right. I thought I was close. So tell me, and for the traders in chat, when you started, how you got into stock trading, where you were when you first started. Tell the traders your journey to where you got to now to find your success, your edge, so to speak, in the stock market.
Never traded before COVID. We had COVID at work. We didn't know if we were going to die, we were going to live. Kind of car business kind of slowed down, and you got a bunch of guys and girls up there, but we're hustlers. We're trying to make money every day, make a living for our family, and we're used to making good money. And all of a sudden the stock market falls. We still don't know what's going on. We don't know what the stock market is, and one thing led to another. We all opened up accounts and we started firing at them. We're like, we're gonna buy Cruise because Cruise is going to come back. We're going to buy Southwest Airlines because the planes are going to come back. And man, we really just didn't know what we were doing. But I think at that time, if we put our money in anything, it was going to go up. Yeah. And we're we're sharing, man, buy this, buy that. We made this, we made that. We didn't know what we were doing at the end of the day. We're buying and selling stocks daily with $10,000, $15,000. Didn't know what we were doing, but we were having fun, and it kind of it just struck something in me because it was fun. And I don't like to gamble on football games. I think you're just throwing your money out the window. Basketball game, it doesn't matter what it is. I mean, that's pure gambling, and this was a way to make some money, and it was fun, and that's how it started. And then I'm setting up I told myself I was going to dedicate an hour a night, and I've got a wife, I've got 2 kids. Once they all went to bed, I was going to dedicate an hour a night to learn stocks, and that's where my journey really started to understanding what I was doing. And man, I'm upstairs on my gaming computer one night, and I'm reading, and man, I just really got lucky. I made $50,000 on AMC. I wasn't an ape trader. I wasn't anything. I'm driving around in my truck. I've got my brother-in-law driving. I remember it's my day off, and I'm making probably 5,000 every 10 minutes. And I did what you had told me at one point in time, is like, take your initial investment out and let it ride if that's what you wanted to do. And that's what I did that day. And that's where it kind of all started. But that's what started the bad habits also as a trader. You know, I got so much money, I'm $60,000 and a 2-3 day period, and I just thought it was easy. I thought I had it beat, and that's when, you know, you pick bad entries. I just thought I could do it again then, and I thought I was going to be a millionaire overnight. And that's not what stock trading. Stock trading can be that, but there's a little bit more to it. And that's where I really started getting into following you, really deep diving into strategies. And it still has took me 5-6 years to really get to what works for me.
And what does work for you?
So right now, you know, in the mornings on the way to work, I listen to somebody like Josh, or I just find the trend of the day. You know, we went through a couple months here lately. It was green every day. And what I want to tell everybody, when you're working like me, I can't watch the market all day. I can't figure everything out on a daily basis. I'm not going to hit the small caps. And what's worked for me is I've got a $5,000 account, cash account, and I run options every day. And not every day, but I only buy options. I buy 2 or 3 week out, right there if the stock's at $180, I buy my option right there, whether it's a call or a put. And what people need to realize, if you're going to day trade with a job on options, you got to understand that entry's the most important part of it. It's where you get in and where you set your stop loss at. When I first started my stop loss, I felt like every time it would hit my stop loss and then really move into my favor. So right now, it's the main point of what I'm trying to do is try to gain the best entry, and it's a range off of a chart that probably Josh gives y'all every day. You got your line of the range, you got your bottom range, and you got your top range. And I'm doing Mag 7 stocks. I'm either doing the TQQQ, which is the leverage, or the triple Qs. I think for option traders, that's probably the less risk. Because I feel like it's easier to follow the trend of an index versus an individual stock. I mean, the SPY could be rolling up and your stock could be going down. And that's harder when you're working every day to really follow it. So I picked my entry, I picked my exit. And I told him the other day, when I woke up yesterday, I did one swing trade. I was up $400 or $500. The old me would trade with house money and really fire at them. So I get my entry. I do one contract at a time, which seems like, you know, you're not going to get rich. But as it starts moving into my favor, I buy it again. And then we know that a stock's not going to move one way or the other all day long in a straight arrow every day. And you got to understand that it's going to hit another level. And just like when people buy the dip, I buy my movement in my way. So if I've got a contract that's in the money 5-7%, I'm going to buy another one.
Right.
And hopefully it moves all the way into my way. And if not, I got a stop loss. I still got a profit for the day, but now I've doubled down my position. What I used to do is I would buy the dip when it's not going my way, and I would buy it again. And then I would have so much risk out there. Sometimes it would move back my way and it would work. But more often than not, I got too much risk on the plate. It starts really not moving hard out of the wrong direction. It's just I got way too much risk out there, and I've got to get out of it. And I made that loss. So my wins weren't as big as my losses. I would always lose more than I would win. I'd win. I'd make a great movement. I'd be up $500. The next day I'd lose 700.
Yeah.
And it was just, it's not what you want to do. You got to limit the risk, because when it moves the direction you don't want it to go, you got to understand, I got to get out, because there's going to be a movement where it moves in my direction, and I got to take a bigger profit than I take a bigger loss.
Yep.
If not, you're just going to nickel and dime yourself down to nothing. And when you're not watching all day and doing it for a living, it's going to exacerbate even worse. It's going to ruin your day. You're not going to be in a great mood. You know, you're going to be a little edgy, and that's when stock trading's not fun. You lose your confidence. You trade a different way, and you just got to be consistent.
Yep. What indicators you use, like to use, or any indicators at all?
Yeah, so I get up in the mornings, I get my kids ready. You know, I'm busy. I don't have a whole lot, but between 8 and 8:30, which is about right now, before the market opens, I pull up my chart, and I use what happened yesterday, whether it's the high of the day, the low of the day, the resistance point, and then I try to listen to what's going in the market that day. I mean, the market right now has so much noise, whether it's good or bad. You know, right now it's moved into the negative side of the market. But, you know, a put today might not be the right call. So you got to get in there and look at the levels of what's going on, and you can't rush into it at 8:30. You've got to, for somebody like me that's working every day, it might be looking one way at 8:30, but by 9:30, you got a totally different market.
Yeah.
And you can get caught up in that chop and make the wrong decision. And you got to understand that on a $5,000 account, if I lose more than $200, I got to get out. I got to put it down, and just realize that I made maybe not the bad decision, but a bad entry.
Right.
And you just got to look at your resistance. You know, I was watching a video of you the other night. I mean, you've got 9 lines out there, and you're really teaching everybody, you know, this is past resistance. This is going to be your new support. You know, it's past that resistance. Now it's going to bounce off this support. And that's where you got, what I do is I used to just get FOMO and just want to be in the trade. And when you get into that middle line of that range, it's just not a good entry spot.
Right.
Whether you're at the bottom of that range, when you're at key support, it might break support. But more oftentimes than not, if you're trading consistently, you hit that support, you get in there, whether for a call, and then you get your resistance line, you get your put in, and then when it starts moving your direction, not buy the dip, but just put another spot in there. Don't go in there with 3-4 contracts trying to be in and out super quick when you got a job, because I might have a customer walk up to me. So I set a ton of alerts on my phone. So if I get in at a stock that's $200 and I got a call, I'm going to put a 201, 202, a 199, 198 alert. And as it's alerting me by text message, I can peek at it. You know, my job does let me do that. And that's the most important thing. If you watch that ticker all day long, it's not going to work. Josh, another thing I do in this market right now, if it's bullish or bearish, I put it on a 15-minute candle. I used to try to be too smart and try to get ahead of the put or ahead of the call. And now I wait till 15-minute, I get that confirmation candle that it's going my way, and then I entry there. And you just got to set stop losses, and you got to minimize risk, because my percentage of wins is a lot higher than my losses. But if you're not minimizing risk, putting your stop losses in there while you're at work, you're going to lose a lot more, and you're going to wipe out the 10 perfect trades you had.
Yeah.
And you're going to be so mad, and you're going to put yourself on tilt, and you're just going to make a bunch of bad decisions. And a lot of times the best way to do that is take a day or two out of the market. You don't have to be in a trade every day all day long. You just got to be smart, because every day there's a way to make money, and that market's going to move. You just can't get overexcited and go, man, I had a great day yesterday. I'm going to get in as soon as the market opens. I'm going to do the opposite, because it went up yesterday. It's going to go down today.
Yeah.
And you can't look at that. You got to find the feel of the market. You got to find where that big money and that volatility is. And you got to follow it, and you got to be in and out, as quick as you can, because this market will move in a different direction. And if you're working, you're going to miss it.
Yeah. Talking about working, are you at work? It seems like you're done driving.
I'm at work. I'm in the parking lot. I work 12 hours a day a lot of times. Yesterday I worked 8 to 8 yesterday. It's a long day, but I enjoy the hustle and bustle. That's one thing that the stock market, it's for me, it's a lot, because it lets my mind work. It keeps me sharp, but it can be a distraction when you're at work, and you just got to find a happy medium for yourself. If your job allows you to watch your phone all day, watch a ticker all day, well, great and wonderful. Mine just doesn't afford to have a ton of distractions, and you can be very profitable. I mean, in the last 2 months, right now I'm at 99% return. For the year, I'm at like a 54%, and I know myself, I have more capital, but I keep a $5,000 account. I withdraw my money. Let me tell you, when you withdraw money, it's real. I hate to see traders, because I've done it in the past. My buddies have done it in the past. All of them pretty much give up. I'm still hanging on, but they just give the money right back, because it doesn't feel real. Yesterday I made $800. I pulled it out of my account, and I put it in my checking account, and it feels real that way. And it's a challenge to me. When I had that $60,000 account and I had $100,000 margin, with TD Ameritrade, it didn't feel real. I got greedy, and I didn't lose it all, but I could have really easily.
Yeah.
And that's where the stock market, with what we're doing, it's all confidence. You can't let it ruin your day, ruin your family, ruin your job, ruin your life with your kids. And if we're real talk, that happens, because you win $1,000. I call it winning. You earn $1,000, and then you give it right back over a couple days, and that's a bad feeling.
Yep. Well, it sounds like you've kind of created your own trade the pool account essentially over there. You got your little $5,000 cash account. You take your little payouts. And that's a good system, because everyone seems and we talk about this on this TTP stream all the time, where more is better. I got to have $100,000 account, and then I can really start banking. That has nothing to do with you banking because you have a bigger account. And usually, like you said, it leads to what you did and what a lot of traders do, and it doesn't feel real. And it's almost like, hey, I've got all this money, let's just go trade. And then you don't really take it seriously, or seriously as you should. So I know you're at work. I'm going to keep you forever. Last bit of advice here. What would you tell traders that are newer, struggling, and or also have a job on top of that? Give them one last good of advice. What's your last bit of advice for them, bub?
Man, I used to laugh if somebody said they had a $5,000 account. You can't make no money at $1,000 account. I mean, you look at it and you want to buy some shares, and it's tough. I'm an options trader. $5,000 account in options, you can make a lot of money. You can make a lot of money over time. You $250 a day. What's that a week? That's a lot of money over a week's time. It's $1,250 over a month's time. That's $4,000 or $5,000. You can make a lot of money doing it, and it can add up really quick. It's not the size of your account. It's about your win percentage and your limiting risk. And you got to find in what you do is how to limit risk for yourself. Some people's risk might be $20,000, $100,000, $1 million. Mine's $5,000. I've never blown up my options account. Don't buy, I'm not going to tell everybody what to do. What I'd tell you is don't buy weekly, expiring options. Buy 2 weeks out. If it moves the wrong way, your percentage isn't going to just eat you alive. You've got money to fight for another day. take your profit when you get your profit. It moves in your way. Don't think it's just going to keep going that way. No stock moves one direction all day long. It's always going to move, kick back or kick forward a little bit, and then it's going to either leg down or leg back up. That's why a lot of people's stop losses get hurt. I got an MU short yesterday. Your exact words, man. The elevator down, it was super easy. It was. But as it's moving in my direction, I'm moving my stop loss and moving my stop loss. So when it finally hit my stop loss, I was $60 from the high of the day of my profit. And I was happy with that. Did it continue to move down for the rest of the day? Yeah, because it spiked up for a second and then it went back down, past me. We get right back into another short. And I'd be trying to fight it. But as you saw yesterday, it reversed. At some point in time, it's going to reverse the other way. And when you chase a level that is not your level because you're being greedy or you feel like you're missing out on the trade, you 9 times out of 10, you're gonna lose. Yeah. And that's what you can't do. You gotta be patient in this market because there's always a good entry level. But I know everybody that watches Josh at some point in time has gotten excited, did the wrong entry, and you just can't do that. You're just giving money to the market because you're gonna put too much risk out there. It's going to move the wrong direction. You're going to try to flip your position to the other way, and then you've lost all your confidence. You just stay consistent. Set your levels at alerts if you're getting in a trade. That way it sends you a text and alerts you if it's moving your way or not the other way. And as it moves into your direction, and I'm talking about people that got a full-time job, you put that stop loss in there at a profit, not at what you put it in at.
Yeah.
Make it a profit because every time you profit, you gain money and you gain confidence. When you give up that profit, I'm telling you, it's just a whirlwind. It's a tailspin, and you're going to take 20 perfect trades and you're going to ruin it in the next 5.
Yeah. I've seen it over and over and over and over again, my friend. Too
That's what bothers me. People give up their profit and they give up on the market, and all they can do is blame themselves. Yeah. And I've been there. I took a month off last year and came back and killed it, and I've killed it ever since. But I took a month off. When you get too involved into something, sometimes you think you know everything that's going to happen. You get a Dogecoin. Oh, it's going to do this. Oh, it was green yesterday. It's going to be green forever. And we did have 40-something days of green. But you get stuck in the chop and you try to outsmart the market, and it's going to get you every time. Just follow the big boys. We're day traders. We're not. Some of y'all might be millionaires. Some of you might not. But the majority of us aren't. Just follow the big boys, and they'll show you where the money's at. They'll show you where the liquidity's at, and just snipe 5-10% off of them every day. And you look up 30, 45 days later, and that's a big pile of money. But if you're trying to make a big pile of money every single day, you're going to lose it.
Yep, 100%, bro. Oh, 100%. Can't be hitting for the home runs, man. Just bunt. Get on base. I'll take a bunt,
Dude, if you keep bunting, you're going to have the bases loaded. And when that base is loaded, then that's what yesterday was for me. The bases were loaded. Bam! I knew it. The market was up 500 points. The NASDAQ was. I knew with everything going on, I'm looking at the resistance. It's just not going to. Could it have pushed up even higher? Yes. But we knew it wasn't. Everybody knew that market yesterday was overheated. And look what it did. You got to go, what is the best chance of it? Is it going to run 4% yesterday? There wasn't enough news. And people were going, well, there wasn't news for it to fall apart. There was. If you follow Josh, I guarantee you, I didn't listen to him yesterday because I can't, I'm working. He put a resistant line yesterday. At some point in time, there was a resistant line. It failed. It was a short. It was an easy short to be had. But if you're working all day, you don't know that. So you got to have it done in the morning. Just maybe 20, 30 minutes in the morning and get up. If you got to get up 30 minutes early, get up 30 minutes earlier than you are. This is a job to make you money. That's why you got to look at the stock market. You don't want to pay to be in the stock market. You want it to pay you.
Yep. Yes, sir. And let the trades come to you.
That's what you got to do.
I would say earlier, a good bet on gambling in sports. Let's go Razorbacks lose every game here on out. We could bet on the Razorbacks to lose.
Let me tell you, I saw something yesterday. This lady's talking to her husband, and she said, For the last 30 years, this has happened. What would you do? And for the last 30 years, this happens. And the guy goes, well, I'd put all my money on it. She goes, well, I'm a Cowboys fan. She goes, well, the Cowboys hadn't made it to the Super Bowl in the last 30 years. So what she was basically saying for the last 30 years, it ain't made it. It's not. They're not going to make it this year. Why do you keep saying it's this year?
Yeah.
And that's the way people in the market got to look at it. The stocks don't go up every day. They don't go down every day. You got to pick your spots. You got to be patient. You got to let the trade come to you, because you get caught in that chop and you're working. It's going to move the wrong way, and you're going to your stop loss is going to hit, and the next day it's going to do the same thing. The most important part is find that range, get a great entry point, be patient, be disciplined. Don't just fly around the market because something's moving, somebody alerted something to you, you want to follow it. When you get alerted by somebody else and it's the wrong alert or bad entry, you're gonna exit out as a loss because you don't feel confident in that trade. I knew yesterday that MU was falling. I was confident, but that was my call. That wasn't Josh's call. That wasn't anybody's call. His job's to teach you how to make your own calls. Because if you just followed him all day, yeah, you could be a winner, but you're just waiting on Josh all day long. And that's not going to work. You got to put the education in, you got to do the research, you got to put the time in, and you got to be disciplined, and you'll believe in yourself, and you'll be a profitable trader. I promise you, you can be a profitable trader working full time, have a family, be a good family man. You just got to carve out some time for what you want to do. You can't always be in the market, and you can't always be in it every day, and make a decision. But you can't be 100% right all the time. So when you're losing a trade, don't hold and pray. Get out of that damn trade. Take the loss. Realize that you're wrong, and there's another day to live.
Love it. Love it. We can get in on that right there. That's a beautiful little note right there. It's like a from the book of Zip Dog 501. Oh man, from the man himself. So, we talked about this yesterday. We'll end with this then on the TTP stream. What are you most thankful for in your stock trading journey?
The education. It keeps me in the loop of what's going on in the financial world. If I wasn't stock trading, I wouldn't know what a rate cut was, when it's coming. I'm thankful for the confidence to be able to make some extra money, that I can move into long term investing, because at the end of the day, long term investing is where you need to be at. And it affords me some extra money. If I make 200, if I make 3 grand a month, that's my house payment. I'm not living in. I got bills. I got grown man bills. I got a family to feed. I do have a high level job that I make good money at, but a little extra money here and there, pay my house payment for the month off stock trading. Let me tell you what, that's a good ass feeling. And as a natural leader, I try to lead some people into this direction, more in the investing side. Not a lot of people feel comfortable with options. Not a lot of people feel comfortable with trading. But over time, it can afford you some extra money. And then maybe one day, I can do it full time. But, right now I got a big family, and I got some big boy bills. But, there's no better feeling like I had yesterday. I had a cheer bill come up. $545 just out of nowhere for these uniforms. I made $900. I go to church. I'm a big Christian, and I felt like God blessed me. I'm leading people every day in the right direction. God blessed me in the market yesterday. Why do I want to just keep firing at the market? I made $900 on yesterday. I started my account 4,000. I ended the day. I sent him a message. It's like 4,900. This morning, once my trade settled, I'm gonna pull another $900 out. I'm gonna go pay that cheer bill, and I felt like God blessed me through the market to be able to do that. I got a bill that came up. Boom. Market did good for me yesterday, and I'm gonna go pay it. I'm not just gonna leave it in my account just to lose it. I'm gonna go pay a bill with it, and let me tell you, that's what I'm thankful for.
Love it. And what's your one go to for Thanksgiving? What do you got to have on Thanksgiving Day? You know, is it the sweet potato casserole? Is it the stuffing? What do you got? You got to have it every year. It's
Oh,
got.
we're Southern. I'm a side guy.
Yeah, I'm a side guy
So
too. Yeah.
you got to be certified to make mac and cheese for Thanksgiving. I'm certified mac and cheese maker. Nobody's allowed to make it typically around our family. I make the mac and cheese, but my grandma raised me for most of my life, and my aunt. And let me tell you what, a broccoli cheese casserole, because I don't know how to make it. I'm sure I can look it up, and it's probably pretty easy. Give me some broccoli cheese casserole and some green bean bundles.
Oh, I love. Hey, last year Aunt Vicky made some green bean bundles, bro. Those are good. Those are good
Hey,
right there.
fire.
Hey, you little bit of bacon wrapped around, bro. I'm telling you right now. Yeah, I'm right there with you. It's funny how us in the South, we love our sides. We got to have like 8 sides to go with that turkey.
That's right. Plate folding over. I'm getting after it.
Yeah. I'm a ham. It's funny. I'm the person that does the mac and cheese too. You got to be certified to get that melting the cheese down. I do a white truffle mac and cheese. So what mac and cheese do you like to do?
Man, I do a 5 cheese blend,
Love it,
and I
yeah.
learned I can't let it fall apart. I've had it bust up on me one time, and it was all curdly, and I was like, "Oh my God, I'm fixing to get fired." So I went and I pulled some Velveeta down. But I like to shred my own cheese,
Yep.
make my roux,
Yep.
put it all together, bake it, put some breadcrumbs on it, and let's rock and roll.
That's what I do. Yeah, same thing. I do, white, well, of course, because I do the white truffle oil in there, and so you get that little. Avery loves that white truffle.
Oh, I
Yeah.
usually fire up 2 pounds of bacon, crumble that on top of it when
Oh
it's all done.
God. Oh man.
Uh,
Ah, dang. Hey, I'm already getting hungry, brother. Man, it's too early for me doing this. I usually talk food about 2 hours from now.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I talked a lot today about, entry and exit. So let's look today real quick. I'm going to tell you where my mind's at. It's 8:41, market's open. NASDAQ is up a little bit after a nasty day yesterday. You going to get caught in the chop today, or you going to be smart and let the trade come to you? Today's a scary day. You had a huge drop. You had a big up yesterday. You had a big down. Now, I follow the Nasdaq more than anything because I option trade tech stocks. So you go because that's where the liquidity is. You're looking in here and you go, what's it going to do today? All right, it's up, it's down, it's up, it's down. It's in a range right now. There's no good entry point right now, in my opinion. You know there's a good entry, but for me, with the amount of time I've had this morning, I gotta look for a true direction today. Is it making lower highs? Maybe. You're looking at it. It's trying to make lower highs, but it looks like it's maybe making lower evens. It's hit a resistance point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times here this morning. What's it going to do? You going to jump in that chop, or you going to wait and be patient for the level? You got to wait and be patient for the level if you're doing what I'm doing.
Yep.
You can't just jump in it because you want to be in it.
And that's what almost every trader does anyway. I mean, if small cap, large cap, trading shares, options, they just feel like they have to be doing something. I'm here. I'm at the market. I got to be trading. Like, no, you don't. Just wait for the trades to come to you, and then that's when your trades are more successful, as you've talked about.
That's right.
All right, brother. We'll go slay some cars. Go move them around. How about this? What's your number one selling car when it comes wintertime? I'm going Dodge Ram, but I don't know what is it.
Well, they don't make Dodge Rams anymore. They make Rams because for some reason they took the Dodge away and put it into the Ram category. Not correcting you. Not being
Really? Are
smart
you
ass,
kidding me? When did they do that?
but it's a Ram. They did that back in I think 1819. I'm not
Huh.
sure the year, but we're Southern. We're in Arkansas. Man, we sell a lot of trucks. For some reason, everybody wants a 4-wheel drive for the one time it's going to snow here in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Yeah.
But we're going to fire off trucks. We're going to fire off Jeeps. Jeep has a good brand. So 2 Grand Cherokees yesterday. Obviously, you had one. And Wranglers right now are a good sell, but Ram is our brand. Ram carries us down the road every day, and Jeep is right there with it. And as much as I love stocks, I mean, my guys, they look at me every day. My sales manager go, "What the heck? What are you doing?" I said, "Man, hold on just 1 second, man. This thing's moving in my direction. Boy, we rocking and rolling. Give me 5 minutes. If you got to run to the bathroom and sit on the shitter for 5 minutes, to watch this trade because it's on a hairy line, walk outside. I don't smoke, but just walk outside. Spend that 5 minutes when that trade's really rolling your way. Start putting your levels in, your profits, your stop losses. Get all that set." and then set your alerts and then roll out and take that profit. Sometimes I got to roll off and just really pay attention to what's going on for 5 or 10 minutes of my day, because I'm not just setting it like Ronco and forgetting it. I mean,
Yeah.
there's some education and there's some precision in what I do every day. And that's what you got to do sometimes, man. That's like yesterday, that market flipped on a script.
Yeah.
And it flipped hard, and it flipped fast. It might take a week for a stock to go up $12, and it takes 20 minutes for it to go down $12. And that's why I say you got to have your alerts in there. You got to have your losses in there, because Trump could tweet, Russia could shoot a bomb. I mean, this market right now there's so much movement and volatility. You can make a lot of money, but you can lose a lot of money. Right now, I love it when it's volatile like this. Chop City's terrible for me. I can't. Chop City just don't work. But with these huge movements like it is, man, just find that range and pop them. It's not easy, but it is. It is easy if you got the levels in there and you listen to Josh and you stay disciplined. It's not super easy, but it's easy for what we're trying to do. We're not buying 100,000 shares and moving millions of dollars. I'm moving $4,000 or $5,000 in some options. I'm trying to make 20% and be done for the day.
Love it, brother. Well, I'll talk to you soon. I'll be talking to you, I'm sure, later today. I appreciate you coming on here and talking to everyone, because like I said, there's probably half the people I work with have a day job. I'm sure at least half of them, if not even.
Selfless plug here.
Go ahead.
All right. So I'm at Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram store in Little Rock, Arkansas. You can go to FletcherDeals.com. You can look at my inventory. Damn car guys are terrible. But I can deliver anywhere. If anybody wants a steal of a deal, a convenience buy, you want to buy a car, I got you. I'll deliver it to you. We'll work a deal over the phone. So go to FletcherDeals.com. Tell them you want to work a deal with Zippy. I'm the general manager, man. I'll make you a smoking deal and I'll hook you up.
He will.
It doesn't matter where you live at. I got you.
Hey, listen, as many Jeeps I've gotten from this man, and of course anything else that people do, he will definitely hook him. There's a great owner too. Frank's the owner of the place. Of course, that's the Fletcher man. But yeah, knowing the general manager, that definitely will help you out. So hey, plug away all you want, my man. You sell good cars, and yeah, you can ship them all over. And that's how I just got my last BMW, from Ohio. It was, shipped to me. So it's just kind of crazy. That's the world we live in now. You don't have to actually be at the dealership to actually get a car. Love it, my man. Yeah, post your website. All right, so hold on. Let's post the website. Aussie chick girl. She's from Australia. She says, "Hey, Fletcher, what you call it?
Deals.com.
There it is, FletcherDeals.com. Love it there. Okay, Fletcher. I was making sure I was typing it in right. Yeah, I'll put it out there for everyone.
Matt, I'll tell you what, the community that you lead, because you're the leader of the community, Josh does a great job. He's probably the most disciplined person I've ever met when it comes to stocks, and that's over time. I've known Josh for a long time. I admire him. He does it for a living. He takes it serious. He's not throwing his money away. I mean, this is his paycheck. His paycheck's to teach y'all how to win, because if y'all all lose, you're going to leave. This guy doesn't know what he's doing. I keep losing all my money. But even if you've lost in the last 6 months, 3 months, a couple of days, you know that you probably made a bad decision. And if it's just like in the car business. We keep doing the same wrong thing, we're going to get the same wrong damn result. Yeah, we might get lucky here and there, but overall I'm a failure, because I'm not changing what I'm supposed to be doing.
Right.
I know Josh is teaching y'all the right way. Just get out of the FOMO. You're not going to get you. AMC made me rich overnight in my stock trading portfolio. You go from 10, 20 grand to $80,000 overnight. You think you can do it, and you can do that. The key is minimizing your risk for the day that it does happen. You make an obscene call, bam. I mean, it just flies up, man, and it halts and it keeps going higher, and your account is just rolling in the zeros, man. You make the perfect call. You're never going to be there if you nickel and dime your way out of the stock market.
Yeah. Yep. 100%, bro. 100%.
So hopefully everybody does good today. Don't get caught up in the chop. Don't get caught up in I'm always right. The market, it's not going to continue to move up, because today it can fly up. You don't know. It can fly down. Nobody knows. You just know what your resistance and your support lines are. You follow those, and you follow your education of trading, minimize your risk. And when it starts moving your direction, double down. You know, if you're going to buy the dip, buy the rip, as I call it. Whether it's ripping up or down, that's one thing that I learned. You know,
Yeah.
don't go in with 5 contracts, go in with 1.
Yeah.
And then if it moves your direction, get your number 2. And then it keeps rolling, get your number 3. And then get your number 4. And then when it really moves that quick spike in your direction, get the hell out of there, because it's going to go the other way for a minute. You know, after that, it's just not going to continue to always go the way you want it to go. Take that profit and be done.
And also, let's get a, let's see, Jay Webb in chat says he wants an SRT Hellcat Durango one day when he gets all the stock trading down, so he'll be coming to you to get that. Are they still producing those, or are they finally done?
So it just came back, you know, with the administration we had, we couldn't, EPA, we were just tearing it up with Hellcats and Hemis and 6.4s. I mean, that's what we're known for. We're known for horsepower, big motors, V8s, and we were just buying a lot of small pollution credits and EPA credits from Tesla, and they finally said, we ain't doing that shit no more.
Yeah.
And now that Tim Kuniskis, if you know what SRT is, that's SRT, man, right there. You know, he is SRT. He's back in Dodge, and he's running Dodge, Ram, and Jeep. They brought him back. They got rid of that European CEO that did real good during COVID. But you know, just like in stock trading, if you bought in COVID, by God, if you made money if you held, okay, you just happened. I mean, they went green every day for forever until that market came back up. And that's what our CEO did. He didn't pivot. You know, he stayed with the wrong stuff. Now it cost him his job. We got Tim Kuniskis back. SRT Hellcat Durango just got teased. We can start ordering those very soon. So they're back.
Okay. Well, how about this? The 392 Final Edition Jeep Wrangler.
I don't want to talk about it because I hurt your feelings. So they opened up 392 Jeep Wranglers yesterday.
Yesterday, was it?
Maybe about a week ago. Dude, they're 90 grand. You know, it's not what you have. They got a Moab edition, and they came back out with it.
So, but mine still is going to have stuff essentially that the other ones will never have. It'll kind of have like little cool things essentially that others won't have essentially.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, you have a final edition. I mean, it's a numbered rig, but they are going to come back out with the big motor for the Wrangler. Tim Kuniskis is back. I mean, you know, when you brought him back, you knew the V8s were coming back. Guys, if y'all are Mopar people, look up Tim Kuniskis is on YouTube. He cusses. He's all about horsepower. He's all about big motors. He's all about it.
Yeah.
And that's who's running our company right now. That's our leader. And he's going to lead us back into the promised land because the last couple of years, you know, we got rid of all of our affordable stuff. We just made a bunch of expensive stuff. We switched to Hurricane motors, which is a great motor, but we lost that allure that Mopar had.
Yeah. What about the Jeep Grand Cherokee? You think they're going to do the Trackhawk ever again?
I don't know. You know, we on the 26s are coming out. You know, we got 3.6 V6 right now. They're coming out with a Hurricane motor for that. It's supposed to have more horsepower, more torque, better fuel mileage. But I'm waiting for them to put the V8 back in it because let me tell you, that's a bad ride.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm not a big Durango guy. No, I want that though. I will.
Oh, look what I'm driving today. You know, I can afford. I work at a car dealership. I can drive anything I want. Oh, how do I flip this camera? Well, I can't flip the camera. I'm driving a Durango today. Don't be talking bad about the Durango.
You know I'm a Jeep guy. I'm a Jeep guy. I can't help it.
So I'll tell you guys real quick, funny story, and then I'll get off here. I'm loading up my news for my stock market. I dropped both my kids off. I grab my phone. I load my YouTube up. I'm going to just understand what the trend of the day is. I mean, we're in it. We're day traders. It doesn't matter what happened yesterday. It matters what happens today, you know, and that's what you got to realize. Yesterday matters, but today could be a different day. You never know. You just don't know what news is going to come out, what tweet's going to come out. I pick up my phone. I'm loading up my YouTube. I'm going to listen to the levels. I'm going to listen to the trend, what the market's doing. I look up and there's a damn trash can right in front of me. I just obliterate it, knock my headlight out. You know, I didn't do too much damage to my truck, but I'm waiting on the headlight, so I'm driving a couple different vehicles every day. And that's what I do, man. You know, on the way to work, I load it up. I listen to it on my phone, and I pull up to work a little bit early. I set my levels and set my indicators and set some alerts, and I go in there and fire up a team. I lead 88 people a day. Nobody can say they're busier than me and they can't stock trade on a daily.
Yeah.
You can find time to do it. It's just, do you want to put the effort and the work in?
There you go. My man, appreciate it. Good knowledge, good advice. Everyone's loving you here in chat, my man. So get you inside there. I'll see you soon, my man. Get out of that beautiful Durango. Go hit up my
Hey, let me tell you, the Durango's not bad. That one's $38,000 brand new. Not a bad ride.
Yeah.
It's affordable in today's market. But
Yeah.
man, when y'all get a win, take the money out of your account. Whether it's $50, $100, go buy you some lunch. If you made $50 a day, which seems easy. I mean, that's your lunch every day and your dinner or your gas to work.
Yeah.
Not everybody's got $100,000 account, $500,000 account. Take that money and use it.
Yeah. Love it, brother. Have a good rest of your day out and have a good weekend. Thank you for joining. I'll talk to you soon, brother.
All right. Bye.
My man, I love him. Good friend of mine. Known him for a while now. But love him. Good guy, good trader, very busy man, selfless, a family man, Christian, right? Trying to do all the right things in life. And is staying busy, and then he gets the stock trading under his belt. He's always kind of back and forth. I'd go in there and shoot the shit with the guys, and kind of go to the little office they have up front. Those dealerships where like the where the managers sit and they're at their little, at their little podium thing, or they're all running numbers all day long. They always have those, every dealership's a little bit different, but a lot of the Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram places, they're always like right up in the front. Like the Dallas Dodge place I went to had like a little place up in the front. It's like a little glassed off area that you can't really see. You have to walk through a door to get in it. It's kind of like off limits for a lot of people. You're kind of like scared to go in there. I just walk right up in that bitch. I was like, hey, you doing? But it was always a back and forth with him. He's doing good. He's lost, but then eventually you can tell he just got super consistent over time, so just want to get him on the stream so you guys understand that you can be super busy, have a 9 to 5 or like him, a 7 to 7, an 8 to 8, whatever it is that he's got to get into that morning. He's usually there about, minimum 10, 12 hours. Somewhere I say minimum 10, but it could be up to 12 hours in a day. He's there. That's a long time to be at a job, to be away from home, to be away from a computer setup, any of that kind of stuff. So the fact that he's gotten it down in the little bit of time that he's been able to study and learn, absolutely amazing. So I'll post that so you guys can go back and watch it over and over and over and over. But again, thank you, Zip, for joining today. And that was the stop recording that. The old Ram Dooley, says Ingrid, Miss Aussie Chick, says, I want that Dooley. Give me that Dooley. Avery had no idea what those are called. She's from Colorado. Probably did see them, obviously, ranchers out there, but she had no, of course, you come to Arkansas in the South, I don't even see, do you even see a Dooley in California, Aussie Chick? But she had no idea what those were called, and now every time we see one, like, what's that called? She's like, Dooley. She had no idea what those are called. It's like with the extra, like, what about the extra wheel in the back? Like, what? Yeah, those are big in Arkansas. Dooleys, baby. Well, we're slower. Knox had a decent move up here, so KNOX here, or no, it's NNOX. So NNOX Joshua had a decent little pop up, and then now is just sitting out to the side. Nice little sideways action. Large caps actually running a little bit different today, not fully hand in hand. SPY completely chopped out to the right. Did see CR Trader make a good short or a good trade on the short side. I think on B there. BE was a good short. Haven't really gone through, obviously being on that with CR Trader, not CR, with Zip Dog. I haven't been able to really go over charts really too much. I kind of kept putting the right side up over here and looking at a couple different tickers, seeing if there's anything moving. I'm going to take a break in just a second to get all my dogs out, but right now we'll go through some tickers, see if we see anything, any setups, any good movement. Any questions you guys have, any questions at all, let me know. We'll go over anything that you need to go over that you may have questions with. All right. So I'll put the link out there real quickly too as well. Don't forget, we do have crazy sales going on. Crazy sales going on right now. Freebies essentially added on. I don't know why my 6-month package is not showing up, but I promise you within the next hour I'll get it up. But we do have right now. I'm going to do what I did for Halloween. The Black Friday sale starts right now. We'll go through Cyber Monday, so you have like the next 10 days to get any of these packages. The packages will include, and I will go in through there and type it, limited time offer. I'm going to go in there and type out Buy the live stream, you get 1 month of morning alerts. So if you buy the live stream for a month, you're going to get morning alerts for a month. And one free one-on-one whenever you want it. If you buy the 6-month package, you want it for just half a year, it's going to be $350. It's $350 for 6 months of live stream access. You're also going to get 3 months of morning alerts and 3 one-on-ones with me. If you do the yearly package for $700, I'm giving you 6 months of morning alerts for free. A half year of morning alerts for free to go with the live stream package. On top of the live stream package and the 6 months of morning alerts, you're going to get 6 one-on-ones with me. If you buy the live stream and morning alerts yearly pack, which a couple took advantage of this back in Halloween, I'm throwing in 23 one-on-ones with me. So you're going to get not only a year of the morning alerts and a year of the live stream, which, by the way, when you buy the yearly packages, you're getting 2 months off. So if you buy the half year 6 month package, you're going to get 2 months free. If you buy the yearly package for $700, you're getting 2 months free. If you buy this, you're getting 2 months free of the morning alerts and the live stream. So, and then back to these, if you do remember, if you buy the 4-pack, it's only $200. I'm giving you 1 month of live stream and 1 month of morning alerts. If you buy the 6-pack, you're getting 2 of each, 2 months of the morning alerts and 2 months of the live stream. If you buy the 12-pack, I'm giving you 3 months of morning alerts and 3 months of the live stream. If you buy the 23-pack this time around, I'm giving you 6 and 6. So last time it was just 3 and 3 for the $700 for the year. Last time it was just 3 months of the morning alerts and 3 months of the live stream. This time I'm doing 6. So if you buy the yearly package over the next 10 days for the Black Friday sale and freebie add-ons, I'm giving you 6 months of live stream access. I should say 6 months of morning alerts and 6 one-on-ones. So you're getting 6 this time instead of 3. Same thing if you buy the 23-pack. I'm going to give you 6 months of the live stream access for free and 6 months of the morning alerts for free if you buy the 23-pack. That's huge, crazy deals. I mean, you got to think $700, and I'm going to give you 6 and 6. Go do the math right there. That's 6 times 7. What's that? $400. 6 times 7. What's that? 42, right? Then that's 3 to 7 to 6 times 3. That's what, 18. That's $180. You're talking almost $600. You're getting this. It's like buy one get one free. Is what you're getting essentially. You're getting a year with me, but then you're getting almost $700 in added value, which is 6. Well, I guess my bad. You're getting the live stream already. I'm thinking one-on-ones. So you're getting 6 one-on-ones. So it's a $300 package and $180. So $500. I was close. $580, right? So still, you're getting a lot of free stuff. This, if you buy the 23-pack, you are getting that 6 months of this and 6 months of this for free. So that's what the 42 and then the 18, $600 for free. So if you buy this, you're getting $600 worth of free stuff added on. You buy this, it's $500 of stuff that's added on for free. Again, if you just want to start something small and you want to join my live stream for the next month just to test it out, for that next month, you'll also get the morning alerts, and you'll get one free one-on-one if you ever want it. So for $70, you're going to get a one-on-one and a morning alert for free for a month. So again, take advantage of this. I just thought about this like the day before Halloween. How can I help you guys out even more? I know I can do sales, but then that only covers so much. Well, I got the live stream, but then that means you don't have the morning alerts or one-on-ones. To me, in my brain, I was like, if they have all three of these things together, the morning alerts, the live stream, and one-on-ones with me, there's no way there's no way it's not a big boost to their stock trading journey, to their career, and what they're trying to do and learn. So again, last time I'll go over this. If you buy the live stream for 1 month, you're going to get 1 month of morning alerts and 1 free one-on-one. If you buy the half-year package, which I don't know why it's not up. I put it up earlier today. I don't know why it's not showing, but it's $350 for 6 months of live stream access. You're also going to get 3 free one-on-ones and 3 months of morning alerts. If you buy the yearly live stream package, you're going to get 6 free months of morning alerts and 6 one-on-ones with me. If you buy the yearly live stream and morning alerts packets for $1,000, you're getting 23. You're getting the 23-pack adding on to your package. If you buy the 4-pack, you're getting 1 month of morning alerts and 1 month of live stream. You buy the 6-pack, it's 2 months of each. You buy the 12-pack, it's 3 months of the morning alerts and the live stream. If you buy the 23-pack, I'm giving you a half year free of morning alerts and live stream access. Got it? Oh, there it is. There it is. I just need to move it. Now I just need to move it. There it is. Now I just need to move it. I need to go to adjust. I'm going to get rid of the stock trading boot camp is what I'm going to do here in just a few minutes. I won't do it now. but I will move this. So there's this 6-month pack. So if you book that, I'm going to give you 3 months of morning alerts for free and give you 3 one-on-ones for free. So there's the sale going on. Take advantage. I will keep that up for the next 10 days for you guys. Like I said, I know most of you need some sort of help, whether it's the live stream or it's the morning alerts. And to me, you need all 3 of the things, which is the one-on-ones added on with the live stream and the morning alerts. Really slow here in the small cap sector right now. I had a feeling we'd be that way. What's up, Bus Boy? How we doing? My website's out there in case you guys need it. JT Webb, good job. Got to hear give a testimony this morning. Yes. He was preaching. Aussie chick, you good? J-Dub, we good? Bus Boy, Bothy, Paula, Saline, J-Woo, Reese, Mr. Robert Gaffney, Mr. Max, anyone still around? J-Trades, who's still here? Do you have any questions, any stocks you guys want me to go over before I let my pack out? I'm going to let my pack out. Give me about a 5 to 10 minute break here. I'll throw some music on in the background so you have a little something to listen to. Is there anything you guys want me to break down? Any stock you want me to break down? Anything whatsoever before I just take a little baby break. Just a little baby break so I can let all these dogs out. And then after I let them out, they'll pass out and they'll be right back to sleeping and I can just yap it up with you guys. Look for a trade. Good. Now, hopefully y'all enjoyed that this morning. About 35, 40 minutes there with Zip. His first name's Chris. His last name's like Zippendander Zip. Would you stop it? It's like Zippin. I don't know how. It's like you can't pronounce it. So he just literally goes by Zippy. That's why if you Zip Dog or the Zippy, that's where that comes in because his last name is like Zippenfeimer, Zippendine. I can't even say it. I have to hear it again. I haven't heard it in forever. BM&R. Let's go take a look at Beamer. I'm gonna go drive my BM&R. All right, on the way up, I like this flat plateau right here. There's going to be some resistance at 25.90 to 26. The major resistance is right here at 26.45, 26.50, and then you got that 26.75 mark. What you could be looking for here would be the downtrend break. So downtrend break back to the VWAP in this 25.90, 26 mark. It's going to be one of the 2 things coming up soon. It could be a combo of 2 things, actually, where we, A, get a good fail from the downtrend right here. As you can see here, could get a good downtrend, fail. Comes back down, get you a good little short. Then watch for the break of these 2 lines for the move up to 26.25, then that 26.50 area, and then 26.75. It truly is about a 25-cent runner as far as resistance is concerned on the way up. So here we go. Look, blur budget, poppy pop, boo boo. My pack peeing in the rain this morning. Yeah. Ours, luckily, it stopped raining for us. Bus Boy, but yeah, and my pack hates that shit. Some of them are good, but most of them are like, hell no, hell no. It's funny, like our long-haired Chihuahua though, like Brody, unfortunately, God rest his awesome soul. Brody passed, 18 years old. I mean, it's a long life for a Chihuahua. Hell, any dog. He would, and then our newest one, like Emilio, because what made you think of that long coat? It's like getting wet and just drenched. You figured they would hate it more, like their like grinchy feet, They'll be out there just chilling in the rain, just like. Yeah, this is good. It's the short coats that are like, I hate this. I fucking hate this. I hate this. All right, so we have 2 plays to look at right now. Where's Lone Wolf at? Loney. Look at that great reversal right there. Beautiful short opportunity. Good 30, 25, 40, now 40-cent trade. It, to me, is EPSM now that this has gotten that reversal. That was a great reversal. So we have this 485, 475 resistance, big heavy from yesterday. I have a feeling we're going to get a decent short. This is the only runner, and I talked about this, EPSM. All right. Quick little break from me. I just heard Petey, my pit bull, do like the yawn yell. He goes like, oh, he like yawns, but he kind of like talks, yells with it. Like, I need to go piss, Dad. Let my pack out. I'll put some music on real quickly. I'll be back in about 10 minutes or less. So at 20 after, I'll be back. I'll put on some great jams for you. Let's see. Is there such thing as Black Friday music? Black Friday music. Is that a thing? Black Friday soundtracks. Tickle Me Wiggly jingle. Lyric video. Yeah, I don't think so. Sure, whatever. I gotta play something so this stays up all day. This surely shouldn't get taken down. This sounds pretty non-copyright. Oh, what's up? This music, God, puts you to sleep. I feel like I'm at some or I'm watching some movie from I said it's an old school movie, or it's portraying an old school thing, like like the guy would be playing piano, like it's some high end, elegant bar restaurant, whatever and you got some guy over by the bar playing this real light, jazzy kind of piano, and everyone's just, oh no, how are you? I'm good, Joffrey. I'm good. It's good to see you today, Lisa. All right, so we do have EPSM, like I talked about, for the last couple of days. We would probably see this play pop on up, and it did. Knox didn't do anything. MNDR, here we go again. The two plays of former runners trying to run today. That's all we have. Beautiful downtrend. I don't know if anyone took the downtrend here on BMNR, but holy fuck, the downtrend on BMNR is crazy. Sucks. Like, dude, lone wolf. I mean, that's one trade, then two trades you could have had off of it. Beautiful short NATO there overall from BMNR on that downtrend. Now, typically I'm not a downtrend, reversal trader, but wow, you gotta love when they do work out. Speaking of, SPY's in a downtrend so far today, and it's really choppier action. MNDR trying to take a little bit of mob away from EPSM. Let's go back here and wind that down. Yeah, it's 5 into 530 there. Pretty strong resistance there for EPSM. So EPSM, same thing as, especially in the same dollar range as EPSM. As I was saying over in the Discord, just for those traders that are just on there chatting, whether they're driving around at work, whatever they're doing, they can't really listen to me right now. Slow and steady for sure for MNDR and EPSM. The fact that these are literally coming from the same price range, 360 to 480, 360 to 4. Like, what? So it might be EPSM that falls off, and this is all we get out of EPSM today, which is, again, it's the week before, the Friday before Thanksgiving, and it's already been slow. So if traders don't see anything in pre-market, people have already left for the day, and I know there's probably one. Well, I don't know if I'd call him a trader, but there's one guy out there that I know is not streaming right now. He's already probably done for the day. Kevin Avery never really goes that long on Fridays either. Let's see if Kevin Avery is still around and actually trying to trade. Okay, so he is. So he's still around, but I know it's usually right around the next, for most traders, it seems like that do this. They're done 10, 20, 30 minutes from now. They call it a day. It's always good to see what other people are doing. Shopping music, yeah. It does feel like I'm out at like the mall and just going into like from Dillard's to Hallmark store to not like, but yeah, I mean, not every store, but most of the stores. Yeah, I know. As soon as you say, like elevate, almost like elevator-ish, kind of like, yeah, shopping. Like I feel like I'm at Dillard's is my point when I used to work at Dillard's. I'm like, oh my God, yeah, I just feel like all of a sudden, I was like, bad memories. I would go at Dillard's, team. I hated that job. I hated sales. I was like, I want to be in any other department, but they're like, oh no, you'd be good here, and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, I want to be over like in the polo section. Like, well, no, we already have, and there was a guy, no, like they had like, anyway. And that was a big turnover rate in women's shoes for a reason, I would imagine. But they had like 4 or 5 guys that were there forever. They were old, and I would still go back, like years after that to get shoes because Avery loves some Dillards, and I'd still see those guys there. But I hated it, and that's the thing too. There was like no lie, like 5. There was an old tall white Skeletor looking dude, scary looking guy. Always was doing this with his nose. Then there was another old. There was 2 other old white guys. I'm pretty sure there were 3. I know there were. Yeah, I know there were 3 old white guys. There was 4 old guys essentially overall, but the 3 old guys, they were. One of them was all right, from time to time, but they were always in competition. Always in competition. I think there were like however many old guys in particular, I can't remember, but they had been there, and they're like, oh yeah, so and so makes like 70, 80. This is back in like 2009, mind you. Dude was making like 75, 80K a year selling women's shoes. That's hella money, and he's used to that. You think I'm gonna get any? Hell, I ain't getting. No, it was like they would like. So you have these 4 or 5 sharks that know what they're doing, and you could tell it was funny, like because there was a couple. Miles was one. I remember the young guys' names, Miles and Anthony. They were my age, and we would just laugh. I mean, they tried to sell. I didn't try to do. I didn't try to do shit. There's a few girls that worked in women's shoes too as well. I mean, there was a lot of us actually. There's probably about 10 of us over in just that in women's shoes. I'd say minimum. That's how heavy and how high volume it gets. Oh, especially during this season time of the year. I'd go high point, man. Back to what I was saying. It was just like you'd go out of like the one, like it was like this weird hallway that the elevator that I got fucking stuck on that I talk about. Yeah, the one elevator is at Dillard's. It wasn't anything crazy heights. It was just the fact you're stuck in an elevator by yourself and without your cell phone or service, you just freak out. I did anyway. I fucking hated it. You go out of there's the back section, right, where all the shoes are at. So it was kind of like an L-shaped back section, right? And on this part of the back section, that's how it was, Dillard shoes are most of the time. It's a huge section. But anyway, on this other side, there was a door you could go out. So it was like an L-shaped section, and on that one L-shaped section, they both had doors you could go out of, obviously, right, to get out of. Well, when you go out of that one, it took you to that hallway. That hallway, only thing that hallway had on it, and I wish there were a flight of fucking stairs. Like, they had, like, no stairs. Why wouldn't they have had some stairs going down? They have an elevator, and I get it, but it's like, why do I need an elevator in this one weird hallway? Anyway. But through that, also on that, like, you'd go through because there's just this weird hallway. It was like a really creepy, like, 10-foot, 15-foot long hallway. And all it was a huge, then there was more back section. So I would go through one of it, it was like the L. But you'd go through the one L over here, and it was a hallway. On the other side of that hallway, there was a door. And it was like a huge, like where they put mannequins, where they would put just leftover, like a storage. It was almost like a shed, storage closet, essentially. And there was a chair back there, and I would just go sit in it and just chill sometimes for like a long time. This is like when Instagram first came out, I think, or something. I don't know what I was doing. Beautiful, crazy support right here at 450, 460. I mean, these lower shadows built up this beautiful wedge. New high of day break there. Squeeze, biggest volume green candle of the day so far. Beautiful move right there. And again, these plays aren't holding. I don't expect that to change here. Okay, so it looks like M&DR could possibly be the one that takes over and takes the mob. Again, this has that, again, we talked about this resistance area at 490 that it just can't get over, and it's still having issues with this 490 in the 3-minute time frame. There's a big reversal from M&DR there at that 480 mark. Big sell off there. Oh my God. Oh my God. So we have BE here, team. I'll put this one up. This is I haven't even been really looking at large cap plays, still just kind of focused on these small cappers. Holy moly. Oh man. Wow. Wow. And then like literally the SPY is all right. SPY's just chopping back and forth here. Do we have any movers on the day? Apple's not bad. Let me go through some large cap tickers here, team. Apple's moving up, so there's that. Okay, not bad. AMD straight down. Looks a lot like Beta Day. We're not finally running hand in hand. Really? After yesterday? Really? Really? Okay. I'll put that in the morning alerts just to have that out there for sure. I'm kind of surprised, honestly. No hand-in-hand action today. Plays are really kind of running on their own, doing their own thing. After pre-market, how much they still were, they were running, kind of on their own. Small caps, right? What I figured we'd be looking at. Previous runners, M&DR, EPSM, new plays not doing a darn thing. Could be looking at, depends on what EPSM does today. Could be looking at EPSM come Monday because we have had nothing new pop up and stay up. We just look at previous runners that end up kind of being multi-day runners in the end, luckily. This would be one I'd be on high watch. If we could stay up today through the 4s and move past the 5s and stay in, especially the 5s, essentially make new highs and stay up, we're going to be looking at this on Monday. No ifs, ands, or buts. Large cap plays all running on their own for the most part. Bay, BE, really good day. It's dumping away. AMD's a rather good day too as well. It's a good dumperoonie. Those are the two better looking plays that I've noticed. Tesla's crashing away now too as well, but some of the other charts are a little choppier, not as pretty. Those would be the ones, of course, it's a lot like yesterday and just a big blood fest out there for those three. But that's really the three I like the most. Some decent movement from other tickers. Google's not bad, AMD's not, or Apple's not bad. We do have some chop, though, across the board on some of these stickers, which would be SPY's pretty bad so far. Even right now, the Qs aren't doing a darn thing. Meta's pretty ugly. There's some ugly tickers out there. Let's see. Max MFI is running very low volume. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, this is where we're at. We didn't know it's halting up. Okay, this is fun. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this. Since SPY's not doing a darn thing. MFI here. This is interesting. Very low volume. Very sketchy play. If I can see all the way back to Friday before last, I can see, or last Friday. That's last Friday. Last Friday. Holy moly! I can see back to last Friday. That's crazy. All right, well, the small cappers can't make their mind up here. We do have MFI halted up, so good alert there from Max there in chat. Appreciate that, bud. Appreciate that, bud. Bay's... that lower VWAP band is still going down, so I would think Bay still could get a little more pullback if you're interested. That's just too far down from, you're fucking down 15%. That's nuts. Yeah, here comes a little more pullback. I don't think there's too much left. MF5 though, this is fun. It's fun. We'll watch this. Watch it. See if we can get it. I haven't really gone across the board for other tickers. I do like Apple for a bounce play today at the VWAP and 268. So that's definitely staying on watch for me. Getting some more short there, a little bit more there from B. Again, I don't think there's too much left meat on the bone there, but there's a little bit to be had. A lot of these plays look like they're kind of finally slowly bottoming out here a little bit. And just to see SPY just like so tight. I mean, there's going to be a move, I would imagine, at some point. But boy, oh boy, the SPY is tight. I mean, that's wow tight. I'll do some giveaways next Friday, team. So come back for Black Friday next week. Hopefully you guys will be around. I'll have another dual stream Friday next Friday. Try to have Michael Katz on, the CEO of Trade the Pool. Maybe even get Love Chip on. I know you guys know Love Chip from over on the Discord. Been around for a while. Definitely get someone on this Friday for Dual Stream Friday for sure. Maybe even have a round table too. And invite like J Trades. Get Caesar back on. Whoever wants to join, get them back on the live stream. Do a round table possibly. Maybe do it like we did. Earlier when I got CR Trader on, and I'm like kind of like how I got Zip on today in this time frame, right before the opening bell, and then so we can do one. And I was hoping we'd get off before the opening bell. I wasn't trying to cut them off or anything. Those lower volume plays really have a huge. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh yeah. Yes, they do. That they do. Boy, now we can't make their mind up. I mean, these small cap traders, I don't like the setups for small caps today. I just don't. I like Apple setup for the bounce play. Bay, again, I'm just kind of pulling it up because I was like down 17% on the day. It's got that last little pullback there. I think she's about caked and done on the downside for a little bit. I think she's going to about to lower VWAP band, flatten out. She's going to kind of find a base here coming up soon. But that one, whoa. Like, whoa, Nelly. I do like Apple. Go over to Apple real quickly. Bounce opportunity. This looks really pretty. Go for the bounce. And then also when that cracks would be a good short opportunity. Just something easier to trade. Amazon's really tight and ugly. AMD kind of like Bay. Already missed that move down. This one's down 5% on the day. Not as much of a crash as Bay, but it's still a pretty darn good move. A reclaim of 200 would be great for a long, if looking for a move back up. I don't like buying too far down. I wait for that second tier to reclaim, and this would be it. So that would be one for the move back up to 202 and the VWAP, and then especially back into this area where then I'd look to sell and maybe even go short. It may just poop away and just die on off today. Baba's finally getting this crack right here. I'm thinking this is what the SPY does, and it fucking did. Okay. I was like, okay. There you go. There you go. So SPY finally getting a little bit of a move. That makes sense. What's up, Giovanni? Do you see a bounce play on PLTR hit bottom? Let's see if it's actually kind of running solo today as well. Making sure we did just because this is where all of a sudden we start running hand in hand is about this time frame every day, about an hour in or so. And then because that's what happened yesterday right here. About an hour in, we had some plays moving on their own. This is literally the same time as yesterday. Look at this when we have the crack back. So just pay attention to that in the SPY. I'm a little worried that could start happening again. You have to go back and chart here. You have to go way back and chart, yeah. Yeah. I mean, do you trust that lower shadow at 148? And that's the thing here, is all the wicks here across the board. So you'd have to say, in my opinion, like zoom in there real tight. Low of that candle is 149.37. The low of that candle is 148. You know, so put orders between 148 and 149 is what I would do for the bounce play. Although maybe we already hit that, possibly. I don't know. Did we? Yeah, we did. So that would have been it, right? That's kind of what I would do. You know, so I always say to you guys, you know, 15-15. Well, we got to go back further. So then it's the 4 hour. And then I'd, you know, try to find a couple of these lines, and one's at 149 and one's at 148. And they're the closest two together other than these two right here from earlier at like 150. You know, say 151. So I don't know how 150 to 151 held. We'll go look at that next. But that's what I generally do, Giovanni, trying to find the bounce play, and then you kind of put orders in between those two levels. So today, you know, like how did even 150 fare? Nope, see, didn't really bounce there. So we are getting a little bit that 140, but that's, again, when I look at the SPY, you know. Oh, M&DR doing the EPSM liquid sweep right here with the huge green candle here. So now this play comes back on down. The bounce play opportunity for me on EPSM, honestly, and I would take it just to go to trading with you guys today. I would bounce this at 390, 385. You're like, really? I'm like, yeah, at that lower VWAP band, I would. Depends on how it gets down there. That's the key. So we got this huge candle up here. We'll go to MNDR now up top. MNDR, big move up. We do have this 530, 535 resistance from pre-market. We'll go back over on this side now to SGBX, just back and forth, not SGBX. What was the one? Jeez, gosh, too many of these stupid former runners. Oh my gosh, IVDAs, no, oh my gosh, it's gone now. EPSM. Son of a gun there. Just these, they're up and down, they're up, they're down. Now, this was a good reversal at 5. You go back and look at EPSM as well. Again, it went over that area, though, so you would have been butthole puckered for quite a bit until that became profitable. Honestly, and now it's finally cracked on down to the 520s, 420s, 430 area for, you know, major profit taking if you got any of that. But this one would be the same thing. Let's see if this one works and it's more actually accurate. You know, here, that's why I don't like shorting the top a lot of the time, is because you get that inconsistency and you get the butthole puckers, and I don't like butthole puckers. You know, I don't want no hemorrhoids. I ain't about that life. Paula, thank you. It's by Bounce Play. What's up, Get Rich? Bounce Play, I don't know that the sell-off is not going to completely obliterate this play, but it's bouncing off of after-hours lows right now as the SPY. So the SPY is bouncing off of 651. That's after-hours lows area. It's an uglier day for the SPY. So today is not, in my opinion, going to be like yesterday. I don't think so. It's really tight so far. We did just get a sell-off, but I like I said, I just don't feel like today's going to be the day for the SPY for at least right now. It just is so tight, so ugly. To me, the best play on the SPY would be a move back up to get a resistance fail into the downtrend. You know, somewhere up of the VWAP, somewhere around 655. Yeah, puckered for show. Yeah, I ain't about that. Back to Beal Toyota, hit bottom or go sideways. You got that too, though. You got that too, though, Giovanni, about the PLTR. That was your bounce area so far that you could find. You got to go back to the 4-hour time frame. You got to go back to the 4-hour time frame overall, you know, and then try to start finding stuff from there if you can find something. The best area would have been here. Now, again, with the market has just been flushing down anyway, but this is what I look for in bounce plays, right? If I'm trying to find a bounce play, because you're having to go back so far. Now, unless you're using fib lines, but I guarantee ain't no fib lines working yesterday on the SPYs. It's just dumping away. I'll probably just rips right through them all. And holy MFI, holy mother effer. But yeah, when you have to go so far back, Giovanni, it makes it difficult. You're going like, well, where at? And so you just try to find, you know, an area, and especially the market in the day that we're in right now, where it's so choppy at times, and then boom, we get this huge pullback. Then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, yesterday I should say, and then I'll say it was choppy because it was choppy on Wednesday, and then Thursday, boom, you get this huge pullback, out of nowhere, and then okay, then you go back really far in time. You got to figure out where exactly is the bounce going to be. It's a lot more identifiable, like say, when you start finding these channels, and you go to the 15-day, 15-minute time frame. You can start you can find the levels a little bit more. When you get to these crazy overextended areas we haven't been in for a while, you kind of do the, you know, a little bit of a guessing game in a way, but you try to do your best to find an area that you can, and so far it's working, that 148 to 149 area, you know, wouldn't have gotten fully filled there. Yeah, I mean, like, you're good. And that was it. Yeah, baby. That was the bounce play. Yeah. And that was it. We called it. We found it. That was the one that was decent to me, you know. 150 didn't hold, which I probably would have alerted ahead of time, and then it came just a little lower, but that's kind of, again, you know, where we're at now. Yeah, SPY's bouncing off of how low, that was it. I mean, we're getting, I mean, now everything's, SPY's popping up. So now, I mean, not everything's popping up. I'm just watching PLTR, NVDA. Apple's already, and Apple's doing its thing today, which is cool to see. Merlin, stop. So still not fully getting a reversal here up top. Still seeing some resistance. SPY, there's PLTR, but SPY, same thing. Just go to this is yesterday's after hours low right there. You can see after hours low, we're bouncing right off of it. You know, right around that 651, 650, 50 mark. Beautiful bounce. Didn't, you know, this, and that's the thing there where where's the bounce going to be? That's, you know, before it ever came down to that. I mean, is it going to be after hours low? Is it going to be this pre-market bounce? Is it going to be that pre-market bounce? And that's why today when I did the morning alerts, you know, I brought up these levels, you know, like that could be a bounce, you know, this could be a bounce, that could be the bounce. And then you have yesterday's rug pull. How many traders yesterday were probably, you know, going, which I was on the live, you know, the TTP stream looking at small caps and the call and show. I didn't get to see a lot of the dump because I was busy doing other stuff. Oh, where's the bounce going to be? I mean, imagine if I was going live yesterday, how many times I would have tried to guess where the bounce is. And what have I said all the way back to Tradecaster days? I would tell you guys, don't guess the bounce. Like yesterday is a day you don't try to get a bounce play. You let it go. You short it. It's a short day yesterday. And so remember that. Today, it's a little more of a choppier day. You got to wait for the movement to be had. You know, and you can't, it's hard, in my opinion, today to find that range, or the bounce plays, it's because it's got so much range. So you just kind of zoom in from here. I'll just do it from here, actually. Let's go to this. Boom. And I'll zoom in from like right here. Is the resistance going to be here still if we come back up at this really strong, you know, pre-market into the opening bell 650, 630, 40 area? Or are we going to come up a little higher and fail here? Or are we going to blow through that and then go here? And then same thing on the way down. Like, you know, like you were just asking, is the bounce going to be here? Is it going to be there? You know, like even if you listen to that dual stream with, talking about dual stream and Aussie chick wants a dually. I just thought about that. The guys yesterday would even said that, you know, we are definitely in that area of like seesaw. Are we going up or are we going down? Are we going up or are we going down, right? You know, and it's just this back and forth where I guarantee you last Friday? No, Friday before last, which last Friday we did pretty much bounce off Friday before last low. Or no, actually it was not that low, but I'm sure everyone thought this Friday, oh my, here we go. We're dumping away because, you know, we're coming from 6.8 all-time highs. Now we're really flushing. Then we get a massive bounce halfway through this day and come all the way back green, and not only come all the way green, go all the way back up to 686. So that we're in a little bit of that state where it's like, yeah, we're making lower lows. I showed this off yesterday in the day. Look at this beautiful downtrend. Oh, it's in this chart. Let me do this. Let me switch it around. Let me go to SPY here, and I'll go to MFI here now. Look at this gorgeous downtrend on the SPY that we're in on the hourly. Like, look at this. Deviation channel set in, locked in. And we just keep, and I said this yesterday, we were really testing this lower like the lower part of this downtrend that we're in. We're just in a downtrend, truly in a downtrend, truly in a downtrend. We's in some choppy waters. Max, man, I should have just bought 50 shares of MFI. Went broke over pre-market highs. Yeah. I'm telling you, yeah, right. This thing is just jumping right now, jumping, baby. But what's going to eventually happen, Max, and it was really close on this last one, and I bet it's coming in this candle, in my opinion, is the nasty gap down, and I mean gap down and halt down. We are getting gap ups. One gap up, a bigger gap up. We open with a gap down, if I'm not mistaken. The close of this candle is 1940. The open of this candle, okay, so we had a 1 cent gap up, although that literally looks like, anyway. The doom candle is coming in soon for sure. But I know that would have been the play down here for sure. For sure. And now you would be 100% happy with life and taking profit, maybe already out of the play. Well, both of these plays are still in the same price range. I'm kind of shocked. What's up, King Lion? Beautiful level on AMD. Ultimate Low of Day. Should have looked at that and then said, what happened on AMD? Ultimate Low of Day got hit. Right off. What did I say? I did say 195. I remember that now. Right on the fucking dot. And did you see that this morning, Giovanni? Did you actually watch me here give that level live? Because if you had, I didn't even look at the chart. I just called out 195. I literally was like, I want to be 195. I didn't even look at the chart. I do that a lot. I'm like, it's got to be 195. Yeah, whatever. That's cool. That'll be it. Because I was like, I said SPY, it'll be this. And I was like, A&D then will be this. It's fucking nuts sometimes when I do that. Like, it blows my mind, honestly, which it's crazy. I'm like, I just threw that level out there. I mean, I didn't even look at a chart. It's just natural. You just think, 195, right? But whatever. It's that stuff. That's the one. That's the only, like, in life or myself. I'm like, did Michael Jordan ever do that? Did he ever do something and be like, oh damn, that was kind of crazy? I know he did. I know he did the shrug game, the shrug against the Blazers, where he had I don't know if it's still the record, but he had the record for most threes in a half, where he hit the 5 or 6 threes or whatever. The shrug game, or after like the 5th one, he was just like, I don't even know. I'm just lighting it up. Only on alert. Yeah, G Delcor. If you go back and look at it, you have to. Yeah, you go back and look at that on the live stream there. I don't even look at the chart. I just kind of threw it out there. All right, so we do have a beautiful trend line here. Beautiful trend line. 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 Boom shakalaka, bam to bam. Boom shakalaka, bam to bam. Boom. All right, so there's our uptrend channel on MNDR. All right. What'd you say there, King Lion? Just made a little off that MNDR short. Just got home. Yeah, yeah. I mean, they aren't giving up though. You're getting these quick little snappy reversals, which I again can't stand to trade. I won't be in trade for 10, 15, 30 minutes. I don't know, a long time. I like to enjoy my coffee. All right, let's see if I can find this real quickly for my man. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, here we go. Day gets back up to Wednesday's low at 220. On the way back on down, support. A lot showing up here right around the 203.25 mark, 203 mark. Under that, got to bounce at 202. And under 202, we go down to 199, 199.30. Pre-market low, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day, you better believe it. We're going down low. And I'm going to do the same thing with SPY. Call it 195, ultimate low of day. Just like, yeah, that'll be good. That's the one. Then right on the next alert. I mean, that's how fast. That's why you should watch me do them live. I mean, it's literally boop, boop, boop. I mean, you get them obviously as fast as you're getting them. That's just a quick little one take. I love doing those. I'm just glad that you guys can benefit from having something to go test your test levels on. And even just like I think I'm gonna be wrong though. In the end, I was hoping we'd get back through 200 there. on AMD. You know, I was talking about that for a good long opportunity. I know we were talking about that. I talked about that. Actually, should have trusted my ultimate low of day 195 to 199. That's a pretty good bounce play. She's a rolling back on down there. Again, just a SPY. I mean, this is where now we're starting to run hand in hand, at least what I'm looking at, because now the SPY is getting the reversal. And so Apple's the only one that's not. And I'm not getting a bounce play here. Yeah, EPSM, it's slowing down in volume here a little bit. So volume's not bad on these plays, but you can tell we're starting to get a little bit of that which one's going to take them off, because I cannot believe these tickers are still at the same price. I mean, we're literally at the same fucking price. Like, that's another that I'm talking about blowing my mind. Oh my gosh, MFI. Huge gap up. Huge gap up. Oh, man. You can't trade it on Trade the Pool because of all the halts. You will eventually get to trade it on Trade the Pool when we get rid of that. We're going to get rid of that soon. Yeah, I can't imagine how much those shorts have got to cost now, too, though, Max. Ay. Those have got to get pretty expensive at this point. I mean, you know, if people, and, you know, I could see some brokers get to that point where they're like, yeah, no, we're no more shorts. Nasty right there. Apple continues to climb up. Beautiful uptrend channel on Apple. It's really moving to the top portion of it though now. But yeah, that's nice. That's nice. TTP is getting rid of the dumb halt rules. Yes. Yep. Max, you probably didn't hear that, but I've talked about that a couple times on the live stream and on the Discord. I think it was Monday meeting that we had that. So Monday during the meeting I had at lunch or 10, whatever it was. Anyway, yeah, totally that was brought up right out of the gate. Getting rid of the halt rule to where you can trade them, and there's. The one thing I will talk to them about is going to be the 10-cent rule. I want to talk to them about that. And then the overall just depth of like the length to be in a trade. Like I would love it if they got rid of or just adjusted some of those, you know, just tinkered with those rules. We'll see. I'm going to talk to them about them if they're getting. And that's the thing. That's the one thing I do love about TTP is that they're actually, you know, they're trying to listen to their clients, clientele, their customers, whatever you want to call us, essentially. Because that's all I was before they started paying me to stream with them. So now I'm a paid analyst, I guess is what they'd call me. 2 uptrend channels working right there for EPSM and MNDR. Just slow and steady movers. Slow and steady, that wins the race. I would still say that neither one of these plays holds up at the end of the day. As far, or not, I should say, one of them will give back gains is my point. Not both of them can run. One of these are going to take the mob. The other one's going to sim it down and just move out to the right. To me, the more consistent volume has been from MNDR, but it's not that far off, though, from EPSM. So it's kind of like... I mean, they're like the exact same chart. This is just ridiculous. But yes, Max, getting rid of that. Hopefully, sometime before, like they're doing all these small little changes and tinkerings and listening to, like I said, us and their Discord, because they got a lot of people, you know, bitching on the Discord. So. Anywho, they listen though. That's the good thing. So they're trying to make some changes for us. thinking about going over to. I wonder if they're going to have it today. I hope they are. I would imagine they are still. If not, then oh well. I'm just like, damn it. Steak Burger Friday. We have a steak. It's called The Butcher Shop. One of our nicer steakhouses. It's a solo guy. But one of our nicer local steak places to go to. You know, I prefer that. You know, and they have like nice, awesome, really good rolls. I mean, I'm just not a Texas Roadhouse kind of guy. And a lot of people love Texas Roadhouse. I'm just not into that. Or Colton's. Or if I'm gonna go get a steak, I'm gonna go get a steak like from a real good place to get steaks. Not a chain restaurant. No offense. I know a lot of people love Texas Roadhouse. I'm like, I ain't know, man. I'm gonna go get me. Listen, I'm gonna go Fogo if I could. I wish. It sucks. But anywho, what's Avery saying? Anyway, Butcher Shop. It makes on Fridays. It's like a special thing they do during the football season, and I think baseball season. Maybe they do it too as well on Fridays. Oh, I don't know if you guys ever had a steak burger before, like true steak trimmings. Whew. There's that first big red candle. There's that first big red candle from the MFI. From MFI. Questions you guys have? Any stocks you want to go over? You guys have hopefully had a great green week. Anyone red for the week? Anyone want to go over anything? Anyone red? Anyone red? Me. Oh, you're red for the week. Red. The red man. Well, I had the great trade on the start the week. What was the one that we started the week on? Jeez. It was a banger trade on Monday morning. Or was it Tuesday? Alma. It was Alma. Alma on Tuesday. Alma. That was the $1,200 trade. That was the big daddy for me this week. I haven't had A mini trades, let alone B, the big daddies like that. Haven't had many of those. FOMO, jumping, need to quit doing that. Yeah, I mean, how many people talk? I mean, I don't know, hopefully you heard that earlier, Lone Wolf. I hope you heard Zip Dog, my little redneck buddy. It's like back in the day when people were like, oh, like at any time that someone said I had an accent, I'm like, I have an accent, like a southern accent, like a drawl? I have a southern drawl? I mean, I do maybe with certain words or times, but I'm like, nah, that's a southern accent. Let J-Web talk. That boy got a good old deep southern accent. It's not like anything wrong with it. I'm just saying, like people would say that in the past. I'm like, I have an accent? Really? Like, I thought I was kind of like, you couldn't, like I've gotten that in the past where you're like, where are you from? Anyway. Oh, J-Dubs in chat sounds like Sam Pittman. Go listen to here we go. This is what, you want to know what J-Web sounds, here's what J-Web sounds like. And I know I have a bit from you somewhere, J-Web. But this is you. You know, this is Sam Pittman. Good old cold beer. Isn't that what he says? Yeah, here we go.
Coach, I asked you what the host of this party was going to be serving up today. What's the drink of choice tonight?
Well, you know, I'm not promoting it, but I like some old cold beer. I think I'm going to have one. I'm not promoting it now.
Enjoy it, Coach Pittman. Thank you.
Go Hawks.
How does Sam Pittman celebrate being bowl eligible?
Well, I believe I'm going to have my old cold beer. And that's kind of what I like to do, you know.
Do you need any company?
Anybody want to come, but bring some, you know what I mean?
Thank you, Coach. Baby.
Go Hawks.
Coach, I asked you what...
That's literally what he sounds like. That's what he sounds like. Kind of looks like him a little bit, kind of similar, I guess. He's way more handsome. He's way slimmer. You know, that'd be like his old drank more beer because he's older, and that's the reason why he says he's fatter brother. Turnip Green Country. Yeah. Hey, it's good stuff though. No, I love that. Yeah, those accents are awesome. That was good stuff. Yeah, and along with the point being back to, hopefully you heard that from Zippy earlier. We rewind the stream. That was a crucial 40 minute conversation that he I know he kind of repeated a lot of stuff over and over, but it's stuff that you needed to hear a lot, and I know you guys liked that earlier on, hearing that and the conversation with him. So we just see the same people make the same mistakes over and over and over. You get to that point of you've done it long enough, then you're for whatever reason, if you get into stock trading, you're going to know other stock traders, obviously, right? Like, hello, you guys, how many people do you know that trade stocks because of the communities you've been in, and you've developed friendships, so and then you meet people, oh yeah, anyway. So, and if you do get successful at some point, I mean, Kevin Avery says the same thing, I say the same thing, we've just seen it so much over the years that the traders just do. And then again, like I've said, and that's where I'm more big into this whole psychological side of things, and I know what people are doing. I'm like, well, if you're building this small little habit at first, that small little habit, which is a bad thing, like say just that FOMO of like, I got to trade over and not just waiting for trades to come to you. I luckily, like even like Zip was saying earlier, I was like, and I get that a lot. I am probably, you even saw that yesterday on the live stream, and I didn't go back and look at their faces. I wasn't even looking, but when Money Mitch had that thing about the FOMO and was like, yo, I gotta have FOMO, I'll trade the small caps, and I was like, actually me, no, I never have FOMO. I'm like, I never. Well, that's not me as a person. I don't feel like I'm missing anything. Now, yes, I used to 100%, and I've said this, thank God I did it paper trading, was that I would go I would have traded this some bitch like 50 times, like in this. All right, no, let's go break out. What's going on? Okay, now we're breaking out. Oh, no, okay. Here's the bounce play. Okay, I'm out. Okay, there's the little profit. Okay, now we're breaking out. Oh, yeah, let's go. Yeah, no, it's not. Fuck it, sell it. Okay, all right, okay. All right, come on, get over 495 and I'll get in again. All right, okay, long. Yeah, okay, I'm long. Yeah, let's go. All right, no, fuck. Okay, buy, sell. And then I would do that, literally that. And I'd have like 50 trades in about 10 minutes. Like, I would wait and watch all of this movement, and then I'd be like, all right, it's about to break out now. This is it. This is the one. Okay, no. Okay, nope. Okay, that's not it. Okay, if it gets over 4, then I'm like, that ain't me as a trader now. That was me as a trader. That's who I was. This would be like if we made a clip like those old school shows, and like, this is what he used to look like. Fucking, 332 pounds, big old man titties, lumpy ass, just saggy arms. I'm picking my belly button. I got just crooked teeth. I don't have any hair. Just scraggly beard. And they show him like a year later, and he's got like a full set of hair. He's got like a man beard. Fucking looks like the brawny guy. The brawny like paper towel. He looks like the brawny guy. It's like, damn, who's this fucking lumberjack? Fucking jacked up. What happened there? How'd this guy? Wasn't there like a show called like The Ugly Swan or something Swan? There was a show like that for girls back in the day. Turn them from like zeros to heroes, so to speak. Anyway. But I was a terrible trader. I was a horrific trader. I am so, and I've gotten from Alex Vaughn's, but I can tell you so many guys that have been through, that have talked to people, and they're like, you are the most disciplined. I don't know how you can do it. I've heard this so often. I don't know how you can sit back for 3-4 hours and take like 1, 2, 3 trades, or maybe some days you don't take any. I'm like, how do you do that? I'm like, I just don't trade when I don't see what I don't like. Like, again, my analogy, you don't go to the bar. I'm like, I want to fuck. Ooh, me. You, yes. Bah, I caveman. No, I'm like, take my time. It's not like I go in there just bonking like caveman, all the women, and then start dragging them back by their hair like it's fucking caveman days or something. Like, no, take your time. Who's it going to be? Have a game plan. What are you going to say to her? What, got to go listen to maybe a conversation, get a little close to her, what she's drinking. Then you can buy her a drink. And she's like, how do you know what I'm drinking? Like, I overheard you and also heard that you like, and then you talk over, and then I was just always my game, right? I have a game plan. You're not just going in there bonking ladies or dudes, whatever you're into, over the head. Oh, man. Let's see, get rich. Let's see, I'm confused about SPY. Now, can you go over? What are you confused about, SPY? Right, it's just choppy. I mean, we're just in this downtrend right now. I mean, honestly, get rich. This is it, boo-boo. I mean, this is it, honey. It's choppy today. We do have this nice double bottom. I'm telling you right now, in my opinion, and this usually happens about at 9:30 my time locally, This is the downtrend that we're in right there. You know, you can maybe get the down this a little bit tighter if you want to, whatever. There, in my opinion, two things are going to happen. There's no way on God's green earth, it's talking about turnip green country. There's no way in God's green turnip green country, earth, whatever, that we stay in this damn down. There's no way. What I'd be looking for is the south side continuation back on down, and then we find pre-market lows. It's inevitable. Or we somehow finally break this downtrend and we're going to work our way back up into this and start creating a more clean. Well, it's not that it's not a clean chart. It's cleany-ish because it's got the downtrend. But this is truly the downtrend that we're in right here. You know, so right now, if you're looking to trade, if you want to take, like me, I don't have to trade. But if you're like, I want to trade, I want to get used to stuff. I want to see if I'm good at this. And even if it doesn't work, at least it's a good setup because it's showing that. That's it. This is this, which it's showing you a beautiful downtrend. And so you'd say, you know what? I missed the bounce. I should have bounced at that line. Well, what I need to do is find or get ready to go short, right? Whatever you trade, whether it's Soxel, any kind of ETF that goes with this, or you want to just trade the SPY in itself, they'll all have this downtrend. Wait till it gets back to that, and especially here with the SPY, maybe they all don't correlate that way, but I know this one obviously does, is it's showing that the VWAP's there. It's what I call double whammy, two areas of resistance at the same spot. So that's where you look to go short. So you have a short opportunity here. Watch for a reversal back down. Your other opportunity would be, I would take one more bounce play on that downtrend line. Why? Because it still lines up with low of day, and so you can get, maybe that triple bottom. And then the other trades outside of that, right? Waiting for this downtrend in the VWAP to break, to go for the long up here. Just wait for this to break out. Candlestick confirmation, the first candle that closes and opens outside of the downtrend in the VWAP, you get in for the long. You look for the move up into these upper shadows and the resistance. You look for also a pullback and a bounce back off of that after you break out to add in. Or if you want to sit back and wait for a 651 in the downtrend line, the bottom portion of the downtrend line, the support line, so to speak, to crack. So there are 4 trades to trade right now. You missed the last one. The next one's going to be a reversal at the VWAP. Watch for the reversal. That's the first trade to be had. The second trade would be if that reversal doesn't come back below, say, like 653.25 to 653, you're going to have to be careful with that trade because then the other trade's going to happen, which would be the downtrend to VWAP break. So those are two more immediate trades that you'd be looking for. Unless we don't get back up to the downtrend line and we come back down to the support line of it, and then you would be looking for a bounce play at 100% and going long again. But right now, we're just in this downtrend, boo. She says, I'm chopped. I mean, literally, it's crazy. The 3 of the plays we're looking at, look at this. Look, uptrend channel. We're cracking out of them a little bit. Like I'm saying, they just can't last forever. Especially in small caps, for sure. So they're more jolty, volatile, right? So they're going to most likely move out of their channels faster than, or what could, large caps. Because large caps are a little bit more consistent, usually, and not so volatile. Usually. Speaking of yesterday, right? But that's why I say this channel is just not going to hold. I think we get one more reversal. If we don't get it, I'd watch for one more bounce play. I think there's one more touch on either side before we break or crack. Yeah, heart attack. Yeah, Salem. That was me, heart attack. You might as well call that heart attack trading. Or, like glass blowing trader calls it, mental Olympics. I mean, it was just cheap. God bless me. Heck no, fire. I was so proud of myself yesterday. Yeah, good job, Slane. And I meant to say that to you on the live stream. I saw that, but everyone was talking about the time I was giving thanks. I forgot. I was trying to scroll up, and then I remember Kevin. I don't think I got to saying thanks to you. Not thanks. To saying congratulations yesterday. So good job. Because you said after you had blah blah. It's after the one-on-one, which that's what I want. That's why I have those one-on-ones. That's why I'm doing the add-on sale for you guys. And again, I'll throw that out there one last time before I kind of wrap it up this morning because I'm really getting ready for a steak burger. That's for show. But that's why I'm doing the one-on-ones, with you guys. So that way. I've gotten that for so long too. I've heard so often like, man, hey, they'd come over to my live stream on, Tradecaster usually back in the day, right? Man, AK, it'd be middle of the day, 10 a.m. It'd be just random times, when I'd get these, or it'd be times when I'm going live and they want to communicate. Could be just a random time when I'm in one-on-ones and I just, maybe not see it till later, maybe see it, but I'm in the one-on-one. Anywho, they'd be like, man, thank you so much for the one-on-one yesterday, boosting my confidence, blah, 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 what we talked about, and I went and attacked that and actually executed it, and I banked today. Can't thank you enough. Something along those lines. That's why I do these. I mean, I'm making you a better trader. And how am I making you a better trader? Because we're going over the charts and going over your trades. And what's going over your charts and going over your trades doing? It's building a knowledge base, right? You're building a foundation of what you need to be doing. And then within that, we start to limit what the stop loss and the targets, and then we go through the share size and the time frames and try to stay consistent in what we're doing, you know. And then within doing all that, what are we doing? The relation confirmation comes in. I show a line, you have a line in. I put lines in, you are kind of thinking that's where I'd have a line in. You know, that starts to build. Well, what builds within that? Your confidence. What builds when your confidence builds? You start to have more discipline. You start having more patience. When all those three things right there, the confidence, the discipline, and the patience can grow together, watch out. That's where you can start moving at light speed. That's where you're going to really start progressing as a trader. That's it. But it starts with the foundation. If you don't have a foundation, you're going to be all over the place. So again, back to the one-on-ones. Live stream. You book it for a month. You don't have it. You want to come do this every day with me, Monday through Friday. Not only get amazing trades, talk to other traders. I am alerting like a motherfucker nonstop all day long and killing it with levels, large cap, small cap. Don't matter. I got you covered, right? I mean, just going back to my morning alerts that I give every single day and we just played earlier. Now, I don't know if we've cracked below it, and I doubt we have because SPY is not doing anything. But AMD, I called, and if Giovanni still in chat wants to say and give a little love again, my ultimate low of day that I gave, which I give a low of day for a normal moving day. Okay, it usually ranges $5 to $6. Here are your levels. Some days, like, you know, can happen. We move maybe 10 days or $10 or whatever in that day. So then I'll go bigger levels. And now I've started doing that probably about a couple of months after I started doing the morning alerts, which started in August of 2023. So at first I would just give your levels, support and resistance levels, and high of day and low of day. But then I realized we'd have those bigger days, as we have overall in the large cap sector here over the last few years. Now we have those huge days. So I had to give ultimate high and ultimate low. My ultimate low of day on AMD was 195. 195. And it hit it actually on the dot. So again, you get a month of those morning alerts to use to your advantage. And of course I give trade ideas and what I'm trading, etc. Small cap to large cap. $70 a month, you get 1 month of morning alerts for free and one-on-one for free. If you want 6 months, that's half a year of the live stream, I'm giving you 3 one-on-ones with me for free, and I'm giving you 3 months of the morning alerts for free. So you'll get half of your time, you'll get half of that, you'll have morning alerts for free. And you'll have 3 one-on-ones to come see me whenever you need me. If you book the yearly $700, I'm doing 6 months of the morning alerts and 6 one-on-ones for free with me. If you buy the combo, which is, again, this is saving you 2 months free. So you don't, instead of paying $70 a month, you get 2 months off. So if you buy this, you essentially get next November and October for free. Same thing with the $350 deal. That's only, I just made it half for Black Friday. This is giving you 2 months free on 6 months. So you're getting 6 months, but you're getting 2 months for free. So you book this, you get 6 months of morning alerts and 6 one-on-ones with me. If you buy the yearly one, and this is 2 months off of both. 2 months off of both. So you get 2 months for free here off. So you get 6 months of live stream, but 2 months for free. So it's like getting 8 months for, you know, it's crazy. Regardless, let's go through. You're going to get 23 packs. So I know there are a few traders that have booked, or at least 2 or 3 that booked this the first time I did this sale, because you get 23 one-on-ones with me. That's an $875 value. It's like, again, this is almost like buy one, get one free, right? Because if you're getting 6 months of morning alerts with the $700 package, then you're also getting one of this. So you're getting $300 for free and 6 months of that. That's $580 for free, and you're spending $700. This is like you go to Walmart, like I said, and you're getting a TV for Black Friday, but they're going to throw in, 65-inch? We'll give you a 55-inch if you buy this. You get a 75-inch, we'll give you the 65-inch. If you buy the 85-inch, we're going to throw in a free 75-inch. Or the other deal, the 55-inch TVs, anything that below, we're throwing in a free surround sound and 10 4K player, a 4K surround sound, and 4 or whatever. You get my point. You don't get that. You don't get like, hey, I spend $500, you're going to give me essentially $400 in free value. I mean, like, who? They would sell out whoever did that would sell out ASAP. So again, you're getting 1 month of morning alerts for free for one, right? So 1 for 1. With the 6 month deal, I'm giving you 3 morning alert, 3 months, and 3 one-on-ones. For the yearly package, I'm giving you 6 months of morning alerts and 6 one-on-ones. For this, I'm giving you the 23 pack. And then for each of one of these, we slowly go up. So for the 3 pack, or for the 4 pack, which it is, I'm giving you 1 month of the live stream and 1 month of morning alerts. 6-pack, 2 and 2. The 12-pack, 3 and 3. The 23-pack, 6 and 6. Take advantage. So if you want 23 one-on-ones with me, you get 6 months of live stream and 6 months of morning alerts. Or spend $125 more, you get a year of morning alerts and a year of the live stream, but 23 with me. So you get a year for only $125 more. You get a year instead of 6 months. So that's why again, where are you at? What can you afford? I'm trying to help anyone out here. Like, I need more of this. I need a little of that. You're going to get a little bit of everything if you sign up. So this deal will go through Cyber Monday. So for the next 10 days, you have ample time to take advantage of your stock trading journey. A lot of the guys like Zit Dog, J Trades, CR Trader, a Love Chip will be another one. These are traders I've worked with that they've learned from what I've taught them. You need help. Sign up. Invest in yourself. Please. Well, there goes a sell-off there from MNDR. So what does that mean about our other runner? EPSM is trying still to go. All right, so we'll go back to EPSM here. We'll go back down here to MNDR. That's about it for MNDR. Love Chips, speaking of, where's she at? Where you at? Where is Get Rich at? Where's Get Rich at? Who just called out what the SPY was going to do next? And you want to, J Trades, I told you. You know where you got that from? Me. Because I was saying it well before he ever was. And he went on, get rich, get him going. You don't have time. Well, that's why you have to reach out to me. You have to reach out to me. You have to text me. I blocked off a lot of time. I am busy now. So I went and blocked off my calendar through December because I'm just crazy busy. With Trade the Pool, me going live. There's not another trader that does what I'm doing the one-on-ones and the morning alerts. Like, those guys go live and do TTP. Like, anyone I do, they don't do one-on-ones and they don't stream, or they don't do morning alerts. Like, morning alerts, that's 30, 45 minutes every morning, to help traders out. Then there's a live stream. Then there's one-on-ones. Then there's Trade the Pool. I was getting burnt out. And so I had to go block off my schedule and calendar. You just have to reach out to me. Reach out to me and say, hey, you're booked. What can you, and I can fit you in. I'll find a day and a time. Let's see. I got a little piece of that. Good. Nice. There we go. But wait, there's more. Yeah, right. Yes, exactly. Exactly. And look, we're going to do the two things I said to look for, which was because it was just moving up. If we get both of these things to happen that I just talked about, I've got to go back and record that. A, I said watch for the reversal. We got it. B, I said if it doesn't crack 653 and holds it, which we cracked it, but we're holding it, I said watch for the breakout. If this thing squeezes up to 656 to 655 or whatever, just reach out to me. You just got to text me. You've got my number. Just reach out to me and I will find, because I could do next week, nothing. It ain't happening next week. I've got some already on Monday, but Tuesday, Wednesday, of course, it's Thanksgiving. But that following week, I've got openings. I could do Tuesday. I could do Thursday of that following week. Even Wednesday I could fit you in. That's the first week of December. The second week of December, I only have a couple of one-on-ones booked in there because I've just completely, like I said, blocked off the calendar so I could just enjoy. I have a lot the 15th through the 18th. But then I blocked off 1, 2, 3. How many weeks did I block off? Yeah, 3. I blocked off 3. I blocked off 3 weeks this year. It was usually 2. I did 3 this year. So I'll have the week of Christmas off. The week after that moves into the new year. And then the week after that, the first full week of the new year. I will most likely, when we get closer to that time, sprinkle in some here and there possibly. But that would be in the third week, like the first full, like January 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. I want 2 full weeks off for sure from doing any one-on-one. Because it flies by. I did it last year, and the 2 weeks went by so fast. I'm like, you're doing 3. And I literally never forget, January of last year, I went through and did the kind of like holiday block off. Because like people will book on President's Day. I'm like, I don't want to do a one-on-one when the market's closed. I'd just rather it not. I'd rather enjoy the day off too. So I go through and block off those days that traders, you know, which I had that in the past, like, oh crap, it's President, we're closed, or whatever it would be. And I'm like, well, I don't want to really do them today. So I learned that about myself. And then so last year I had 2 weeks off. I was like, man, wow, that's gone. Where did 2 weeks just go? And, you know, I loved it because I you know, Groot, and in my final few months with Groot, I'm so happy I got to do that. But I was like, as soon as that happened, and I went back to work last year, and I was like, I'm doing 3 next year. I'm doing 3. You know, I just want to enjoy some time with friends, family, relatives. When I said relatives, I meant my pack, my dogs, my animals. Oh, man. All right, any questions you guys have? Anything you want to go over? Oh, my God. The SPY's doing exactly what I called for here. All right, any questions here before I call it for the day? Any final questions before the AK47 gives the peace out? Whatever. There we go. There we go. Anyway, any last questions? Any last questions before I call it for the morning? SPY, perfect right there on SPY. Yeah, well, yep, I'll put that over in the Discord. 656s. 656s is probably where it's going to get to. This upper VWAP band, not really pushing too hard here. It's really staying flat. This is where I think we'll start to move out of the downtrend like we talked about and create a new trend. I still feel today is a little more of a trap day, though. I don't think we'll have this. I'm going to run errands. I'm going to leave here in a little bit. Hopefully, I think they're doing Steak Burger Friday. Anyway, I'm going to get out, finally got some sun outside. I have been cooped up in the house for the last few days. I want to get out. Well, there goes me, M&DR. M&DR, that's a done one for the day. And nice to see the trend line cracks working, because we did get candlestick confirmation outside the trend. We fell in reverse at it, confirming below it, and then finally get the fail. I would be surprised if we're back anywhere above in like the 659, 660 area. Like when I get back, I'm like, wow, we actually finally did move. It doesn't appear like it's going to be to the bottom side today, though. So if we did move, it would be to the top side. So I would be a little more surprised if I saw the 640s when I got back versus like the 660s. But right to fruition, as I talked about. Beautiful call right there. Reversal. And that's how you trade that team. I'm going to have to go back through here and clip this for sure now. This is a beautiful call out. First, the reversal off the downtrend. Could have got easily $1.50, $1.20 out of that move. Then we get the downtrend break. We're getting candlestick confirmation right about here. So you're already getting a dollar move now to the north side. This is exactly what I called to happen, and it's happened over the last 20 minutes. I've got to remember to clip this right just at the top of the hour somewhere else. Right here. It was right here. So, yeah, it was right off the top there, about 10:10. You got it, Bussy? Are you on the live stream, Bus Boy? I don't think you are, because I think I'd see you alert more. Are you on the live stream daily or no? You guys got to get over the Discord, if anything. You know, you guys, I think some of you are on the Discord, maybe just in the background. Here's my Discord. It's free. I say my Discord. It's our Discord. I never want to think it's like mine. Come join. It's free. Cool. Join it. Join that. Don't have to pay for that. No, I'm at work. I got you. Work. Oh, okay. Yep. Hey, well, hopefully you got to watch today's stream then, and that's why this was, and I'll post that. I wanted, that was when we were talking and I didn't have anyone for the day because Money Mitch and he had to do them anyway. I was like, you know what? You'd be great. You're busy. I work with so many people that have jobs. Like I said, if you heard that earlier, I would imagine about half-ish or so the people I work with have a job, have something that they have to do day in, day out, that they just can't sit there and look at charts all day long. But then even on the flip side of that, I'm glad Zip went over that and was like, you don't need to be looking at charts all day long. You don't need to have a Saline Girl. We've had a conversation about that too as well. And she's understood that. And like, you can't just, get up, do some laundry, go take a walk. You can't just be sitting there zoned out / zoned in on those screens. Just like, it's not good for you. It's not going to help you at all. Like I said, if anything, it's going to be a little bit of a burden on you. I was here during the government. Oh, yeah. The old school days, bro. You actually were around. Okay, government lockout. Okay, yeah. I was like, I think Busboy, that I don't know if you were around long enough, but I know you were over at Tradecaster for such a long time. I think anyway, it seemed like I was saying your name, Busboy, for a while. Anyway, I was like, some of you guys may remember him, but it was ZipDog501. He would be in my lobby. He would be in decks here and there too. But he was ZipDog501 is what he went by. So he used to be in chat. I mean, that was like when Alex Vaughn was around. He was around in those days. Alex Vaughn, Skychimp was way more active back then. You still see, I think, from time to time, the Silverback and the Skychimp. I think I'm in their WhatsApp group where they're talking every day. They have a WhatsApp group they added me on after everyone kind of left Tradecaster. But yeah, you may remember ZipDog501. He was he was always a pretty good trader. And, of course, he's a good buddy of mine, so I always would chat with him or whatever whenever I get a chance. But yeah, that was the Alex Vaughn. Tim Z. Remember Tim Z? That was the Tim Z days. Alex Vaughn, Skychimp was pretty popular. Or I should say, but alerted a lot. Oh, who else was around that time period that maybe alerted a lot? I can't really remember. POV Joshua was kind of around that time period too as well. And then, of course, Living Like Matt was after that, around that time period, before he left. But yeah, it was, there was just so many names throughout the days. And motherfucker, here goes Spy. I've got to clip this. This is awesome. I'll have to do this later today. Bam. Perfect. Fucking wow, what a call right there. Well, there's the call right there of the day so far. I mean, again, should have traded that. I didn't think it was going to work that well to where you could have gotten $1. I thought we were going to see a little more like, okay, cool, a little reversal. Now it's coming up. Now it's popping. Okay, now it's going to break. This was all within about, 20 minutes now, I would say, that I alerted that we've not only got $1.50-ish or so reversal from the downtrend, but now we're getting essentially a $2 breakout. Perfect. Fox, slow and steady, Eddie, right there. Another one alerted. I forgot those guys were alerting that on the Discord. So Fox, slow and steady on Fox. And beautiful move right there on the SPY with that downtrend. That was gorgeous. All right, any last questions you guys have for the day? I am going to call it here. This is it. We're done for the morning. I will be back this afternoon. I will be... I will be out for a little while when I leave. I don't know when exactly I'll leave. I'll let you guys know though. But this is straight back down. MFI. It's like halt up, halt right down. Beautiful move on the SPY. Slow and steady here from Fox. It's actually up 118% on the day. Okay, all right. Coming from the twos here. What was yesterday's close? That was why. Yeah, coming from around 2 or so. All right. Really ugly chart to be up 200%. I would have never. I just finally looking at the price. I'm like, it is. It actually is up that much. So we are getting at least a 200% mover, which is kind of cool. Or 100%, maybe get 200%. But 100% mover there from Fox. Other than that, it's it. That's it. MFI was kind of crazy fun watching it do what it did. And then you're moving over slow and steady Eddie play EPSM, right? That's about all we're working with right now. How does and MNDR was the next one. Oh, yeah, that's it. We're all over it. Good job with the Fox there, team. So Apple's still kind of doing its own thing up top. It really seems to be like the one ticker that's running independently on its own. Everything else seems to have a a juncture with the SPY pushing back on up here. So most of these other tickers are getting a little bit of a pop, but again, it's all SPY. Apple's the only weird one doing its own thing today. SPY right to the target area. Hopefully you took profit there. Get rich. Hopefully you took some profit there right into the resistance areas we talked about. Cosmic, oh, good job. Good job, brother. There you good. You had good. Yep. First got the reversal, then we got the downtrend break. Candlestick confirmed. Great shot up right here. Nice good move. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Still having a little bit of pressure onto this resistance area, so it's not fully done yet. This has one last shot to pop, I would say. But please be out most of your trade if you took it. Oh yeah, this is the good setup though. This was perfect time for you to ask about that again. Even if you were confused, no worries. That's what I'm here for, to kind of break the play down and show you what I see, what other traders are seeing most likely, especially those big guys like Zip said. Any of the traders we talk about, say with these large cap tickers, we're just a little minnow in the pond, or really in the ocean. We're just this little baby nothing. So you got to figure out what they're doing, and they're seeing this huge downtrend. And at some point, these trends just break or crack. They just won't hold forever. And so what you do is you find the reversal areas and how often they're working, and then you see how many there are. And so this at first just chop, 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 right? We're just do. But this is a true reversal for me. And then we got a second one. And so I figured we'd probably get maybe a third one, but it wouldn't really hold that long, and we would see a move back through and break the downtrend, especially when you have the VWAP there. That double whammy like I'm talking about. So when you do break the resistance, again, good for a short one last time. But eventually, that trend's going to break. And if it does, well, now if it breaks you're breaking two resistance areas at once. Thus, then we get that strong move, Creating a tweezer top here. Definitely ends up going back below. I would say makes new lows and this turns red. It probably is going to see the pullback. Have a good weekend. Yeah, rough week for me. Okay, not refocusing. Okay, well... it's a shortened week next week, Front and AC and everyone else out there. We have Thanksgiving on Thursday, so the stock market's closed on Thursday. Friday's a half day with Black Friday. So Monday through Wednesday are only full, trading days that trade the whole, depth of the day. So understand that, where are we at next? I've seen some good, clean weeks that are great. I've seen some that aren't. So next week, take it slow. Don't do any kind of revenge trading. Don't try to I got to get all this back. He's like, no, just reset. Just find what you're good at. Let's go get that next week. Whatever trades present themselves, that's it. This week's a learning lesson. You want to learn from those L's big time, 100%. Figure out what we were doing wrong there. Make sure we don't do that stuff again. Is there stuff that we can make better out of those losses? And then fully come Monday, it's a new day, new week, just new setups, new trades. There's no I've got to get this back. No, nothing. It's just let's just find a setup. What am I trading? How can I trade it? And here's this push, like I talked about. That lower shadow, that little quick little low, like this, especially this doji candle. This next candle's key. When you have this huge doji candle, this right here is going to do now maybe possibly what Get Rich was talking about. This has maybe some legs to grow. 656s is the key here. To me, I would look at this in a 5 to 10 to 15 minute time frame at that point and go, okay, do we hold this though in a 5 or 10 minute? Because if you go back into these larger time frame candles, you can see earlier in the day there was push into this area, but we could never hold. So if a longer candle, now you can wait to see here, do we upper shadow and then kind of come back on down? Do we see a lot of selling because we can't push? Or to do it and keep engulfing this and keep doing this is my point. And the more this happens, the further it goes, we for surely confirm, and we are going to continue to move up. So that's the key here is watching to see what wick gets created, and do we keep filling the wick or not, so to speak. Any last questions? I think we're good. You guys are amazing people out there. I hope you guys have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend if you're out. Hopefully you'll all be back next week for the other free live stream. So if you're out for the week and you don't have the paid live stream, although, hello, I don't know why you wouldn't. Unless you just, you don't want to be the best stock trader you ever wanted to become. Yeah. That's what happens. I'm just joking with you. I like doing that goofy shit. But yeah, if you're not around till next Friday, have a happy Thanksgiving, because I won't see you till then. Now, maybe if you're sticking around this afternoon, or you're going to be around later when I come back and get back on the mic, I'll see you then. Oh, I'll be free on Wednesday. I'll be free on Wednesday. I'll do Wednesday free. I think I said that because Wednesday's going to be a shortened day for me anyway, just because I want to get to cooking, and I usually have what I've done this war again, back to learning me and last year I had a normal Wednesday, had one on whatever I did. I just remember I wasn't done doing stuff till my normal time, which is like feed the pack at 4, workout. And it was like, anyway, 6, whatever. It wasn't until I'm done, usually most days till 6, 7 o'clock. Well, now I want to break and chill. It's the night before night before Thanksgiving. I usually get me some Maker's Mark, so I get to drinking and chilling. Haven't eaten too much that day usually, and so like last year, point being, I didn't start cooking till 9 o'clock. So like I'm eating dinner at 9, essentially eating and cooking at the same time. And don't mind you that I am cooking chicken and dumplings, so I'm not going to bed till like 1 in the morning. Like last year, I forgot what it was. It was stupid. I was like, I'm never doing that again. Next year, I'm taking off the Tuesday and Wednesday from one-on-ones. I'll go get everything I need on Tuesday, so I have it. And then Wednesday, it's already there, and I can go like this. Go live, be done literally this coming Wednesday. I'll be done about this time. Call it for the day. No afternoon commentary. So today, there'll be afternoon commentary. I'll come back after running my errands. See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Put this in a 10-minute time frame and see if we do get a wick to form. And if we do get a wick to form, do we continue to engulf it until the candle closes? Love you guys. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend if you're out. I'll see you all next Wednesday on the free live stream again, or later this afternoon. Either way. Or maybe on Monday. I don't know when I'll see you again. Or I guess you will be seeing me, to be honest. I'll throw on some of that amazing shopping elevator music, so you guys have a little something in the background. You can turn it off if you want to. It's all up to you guys, but I'll put something on. Actually, you know what I'll put on it first? I'll put on my charting lesson. So what I'm going to do is put on part 1. If you haven't watched it, well, here you go. You get to watch it for free. Although I wish you guys would go watch my videos when I post them, because I only have like 60 views on this or something. What happened? I used to get like 400, 500 views on these things. Not in the algorithms anymore, I guess. I need to somehow get back on the algorithms. Boom. There we go. We'll go part 1, and then I'll turn on part 2. But this is part 1. How to chart. Well, let me do this real quickly. We'll go MFI. That's kind of gross. I'll put Knox over here. No, Fox. It's Fox. Fox and Knox run on the same day. You gotta be fucking kidding me. And boom. All right. For those that do go watch these and comment and like them, you better believe you're my #1 fan. Love you guys. See you guys back this afternoon or next week. And I'll put part 2 on right after this one's done. Into a charting lesson again, just a refreshed one. Same thing that I did a couple of years ago. I guess it was last summer now. You can go find those. I do have a charting part 1, part 2, part 3. We'll start with small caps, move over to large caps, and go from there. Do some mid caps as well. So the first thing, a lot of traders, we'll just go back to pre-market. Understanding that we're working with the multi-day runner here. CYPH was LPTX the other day. It was a name change, but Thinkorswim's already loaded up the chart for us here, and we can see past chart history. This used to be LPTX, but regardless, first thing you always want to do, typically either go to the daily chart. That's what a lot of traders are going to be using is the 1 year, 1 day. When you work with small cap traders, that's just what's taught. What trade you got to think about who small cap traders are. Every one of them is a retail trader. You don't have hedge funds or any of those people involved in these little tickers. It's all retail traders, 90% of them at least. So you got to think about what's taught into the 90%. Well, we've gone throughout the years. We know what that is. It's usually the 1 year, 1 day. Now, to get a little extra detail, and I always talk this, no matter what, it's called the 4-hour time frame. So you can really get a little bit more detail, maybe with after hours, especially here recently. But then a lot of the time there, if it's a play that's been running recently, 5-minute time frame is not bad. 15-minute time frame, which we'll get into with the large cap plays, which I use, isn't bad. Now, this is an ugly ticker, granted, but this is where you want to start using levels if it's been running for 3, 4, 5 days. Which we'll move into, like when you even get to plays like, say, ONDS, which has been moving here recently over the past week plus. You can go to the 15-day, 15-minute time frame and work with it. Let's just go back real quickly to CYPH. And what you're looking for here is first using these levels, understanding that you have this 245, 255 resistance. That should be, that's why I don't like shorting the tops, because sometimes in that first push of the day, volume comes in and we can certainly surge past that. It does seem like when we get there later in the afternoon or morning even, you get a better rejection possibly. So what do you do, right? What's the next step? Well, 4 hour, the yearly, 1 day. The 4 hour really is not going to give you much information because it's been so long since we've even been in this time frame. So I would go to the 1 year, 1 day. Understanding that, again, there's that 250. There's where we got that from. There's where we kind of stopped at that the other day when this first started popping up. Now over 250, what would be your next area? These floors like this, old support. So then you'd look at 275. And so over 275, I see another little sandwich area and a lot of consolidation right through this area. So we do have a huge channel here where we have a lot of resistance support right here around the $3 mark. You can see bam, 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 and support through there as well. So that's kind of your midline drop, so to speak, your mid area. When you have uptrend channels, you have trend lines, you have sideways consolidation, like SPY recently on its uptrend, or even one the other day, I forgot what ticker it was. You'll have a uptrend channel, essentially you'll have an uptrend channel. Let's just go and show you an example here. You'll have an uptrend that's going like that, right? And it's bouncing on it. And then you'll have a top resistance line. And I always ask traders to put a top resistance line to the uptrend channel. And they always want to go and put in a horizontal line in. Now I'm talking about the vertical line that runs with it. And so you can see it kind of bouncing back and forth, right? In between. And then what you'll have a lot of the time built up in here, we'll just put it about halfway through. I think it's about halfway through. You'll have like this middle one. And so then you'll have this beautiful channel to where it's going up, fails, come down, goes up, breaks through, goes up, bounces on it, goes up, bounces on it, comes back, bounces on it, whatever, and then breaks through, bounces on it, maybe breaks through that time, right? And so you can just kind of trade that channel overall. So pay attention to that, and you want your lines pretty horizontal. It's one thing I do love about trade ideas. I love about trade the pool and thinkorswim. When you put these out, you can't unfortunately hover over it. There may be a way to edit it to where you can see the actual degree. But when you do put these in, as you can see here, it does show you the degree right there. It shows you the degree of angle of what these are at. Typically, you like to see them around the 20 to maybe at most around the 40. You don't want to be putting trend lines in that are up at the 50 and higher. Those channels just don't work as fluidly. Right here where I'm at around that 20, this is perfect. 25, 20 degrees, 30 degrees. 15 is about as low as we get, somewhere around 10 to 15. So I'd say your channel usually for uptrends are usually from 10 degrees that you're going to work consistently are 10 degrees up to around the 40 degree mark. That usually even I'd say about 35 is getting about iffy, 35 to 40. My favorite is, I would say my favorites are 30, probably down to about 15. Those are usually my favorites, 30 to 15 degrees. So that, just remember that little quick little degree of angles, which you guys need to be paying attention to, and how these trend lines, you want to look for very parallel lines on top of the fact you want to look for that mid. You might even form 2 or 3 in between there, besides just the one. So on top of the levels up, so I see a floor here at 275. I see what I call a sandwich. Go look up my sandwich lesson. Support resistance zone back and forth, flip-flopping back and forth at the $3 mark. And then I see some here at the top right around 350. So this is where I would go in and set lines in right about right there-ish. And then what I like to do is just come in for the day and see how well did these work out. Well, pretty fucking money, huh? I don't really remember the chart. I knew the top one was going to work out. I called that out in the live stream here earlier to take this short. And oh, so money my level was. I said I waited all morning for this 350 short. I'll go over to the Discord and say CYPH waited all morning for this short. Called the top. 350. Let's see it. It will be the top. All right. So, beautiful short up top. And again, where's it come back from? Now, look at these other lines we put in. Now, how beautiful is this old resistance line that becomes support here at 310? Now, wasn't true resistance on the way back up for a double top, but look at the bounce play on a line that you could have put in this morning in pre-market while this SOB was running and moving and popping up again, but not giving us much. You could have gone back in time into the 1 year, 1 day and found the bottom support here, found the midline drop, your sandwich, and found your top resistance. So your top bun, your bottom bun, and there's your meat and your love and all the glory inside. There's you a beautiful channel that you can then go trade today, that you could have put those lines in pre-market, and then came in today and then traded those lines. Resistance for fails. Bounce plays, back up. Bounce play, breakout, whatever you want to trade. Fail. That's how you put your lines in pre-market. Makes sense? Any questions real quickly? How do you get the trend line to move like that on a pivot point? Mine in TOS doesn't do that, and I have it manually adjusted. Well, once you click on and activate it, see, that's your pivot point. This becomes your pivot point. So all I have to do is just click on it, left click on it, and then I can just, I think this is all good. Does that make sense? So I just left click and it activates it. Now make sure too that you're on, you're on this. I'm on the pointer. I use the pointer. A lot of people use the pan. I use the pointer. I've just got used to the pointer right away. It's what I like to use the most, is the pointer. That makes sense? The pointer. And this is what we would do. So let's just go back to this real quickly. The uptrend channel, I'm going to go back to this and get this in a little bit tighter. So that's how we chart pre-market. Any questions on how you chart pre-market for small cap plays? So let's just go over real quickly before we get into market to ONDS. What do we do on this that's been running recently? Well, ONDS, first off, what? It's moving in this area. So what I typically do is go to a 5-minute time frame and zoom out and go, okay, let me make sure I'm not missing anything. So I'll go to the 15-day, 15-minute and zoom out. And then I start to bring in some 840 corridor. So I see some high up here that I know I can really get a good short on. So what I'm doing in pre-market is marking out levels. And so I just come in and zoom in from right here as tight as I can. And I know I'm really good at seeing lines and levels. A lot of people are like, how do you see that all zoomed out? I've been doing this for so long like this. I have really good eyesight too. It helps. So what we do is we come in and start putting lines in where we have a lot of touches, right? I want to see a lot of touches. Boom, 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 right? Touches here even in pre-market. So I'm going through here with my crosshairs essentially, right? And when I can just do this on Thinkorswim and just try to find boom, 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 right? Boom. Kind of boom, you know, it's kind of choppy through it, but, you know, definitely in pre-market, boom, boom. All right, so then I'm just working my way up here, you know, working my way back to you, babe, with a burning love inside. Don't let it get away each and every day. There we go. How about that? Y'all like that one, huh? Yeah, no, probably not. That's not great. This is where we start to go, at. Because now we start to run into an area that I'm not. So what I'm going to do is cancel that one, come in here to the 1 year, 1 day, and see if I see something sexier, or go back even to the 4 hour, possibly even. That gives me a little, still too much information above these lines, but we'll zoom in here. Yeah, see, there's just not a lot. You have to go all the way back here to 735, so we'll put one in here at 735. This will floor right through here. There's that, and it comes into there. And then what I'm going to do is put one in right there off of this 765 corridor. And then we're going to zoom back in and see what we're doing today. Oh, dang, I didn't get the top, though. I didn't get the top. Didn't really work out anything through here. Didn't work out. This line's just absolutely stupid, and so is this one. You know, what you'd want to do is take this one, because, shit, that worked pretty well, though, yesterday and this morning. This even worked out right through there. Hey. These worked out pretty nicely. It's not perfect, but that's kind of now turning into a sandwich. So does this make sense, guys? Both Eli and anyone else that's out there listening, again, hopefully you are taking this, and I'll post this, probably this weekend. I'll, even maybe later today for you guys, the people that didn't want to join, or they've moved on, or they're just not here right now. This is what you want to do. Now we're going to move into market charting, but this is what you should do every day in pre-market. If you're trying to find levels, and then those are your levels. Got questions? Makes sense? All right, we're good. So at this point in the day, it's not a painted picture. It's still it's not even lunch yet. Yeah, you're good. It's not even lunch yet. So, you want to leave it in a 1 or a 3. You can go to a 5. I know CR likes the 5. You want to get comfortable in something. to me, I'm good here. Oh, there's where that kind of actually almost worked out. This is just an old trend line up. I'm going to get rid of that line. I know it kind of looks to work out today. That's just an old trend line. So I like the 3, though. It's been moving long enough for me to then just trade the 3. And so what I'd potentially do is add one extra line in. Now, if you want to throw one in at 780, you can. To me, try to stop looking and using so many lines. Like, let's just say if ONDS ends up running back on up here to like, 11, 12, right? I really need to go back to like the 4 hour. So we start moving back here. Do you want to leave these lines in? I would say only leave the lines in if we stay here and we fail. So build lines up on the way up so you know which lines to trade on the way down. But if we break this and go, like, say, to 52 Ikai, which I think that will be that, and this will be probably, just one of those extra plays. You're like, damn, I wish I would have got in this forever ago, and it's like at 30 or 40, right? And we were looking at it anyway. Get rid of the lines. You need to be able to stop leaving so many lines in and leave them behind. That's kind of a saying I could have. Learn to leaving lines in, but learn to leave them behind. So leave them in till, we start breaking and, okay, we get up to here and then leave them all. And then you got lines to trade. This can be something you can go back to, like Bothy or other traders, even the King Line traders that need that extra confidence. And I can go back and trade this ticker because I know it and I know these levels and they're really working. You're in your early still ages of your trading journey until you're not that super successful. And I know I just got this and the confidence still does need to grow. The patience and the discipline still needs to grow. This is where this comes into play. So the point being, a quick snippet to this would be, once it breaks through this and it rolls through 12 and you're above 12 and now you're at 14, you're at 18, you don't need these lines in anymore. You probably won't see them, and if you do, it won't be for a very long time. And at that point, I don't know what traders are going to use some of those intermittent lines. They will not be used. Few of them will be. All right? Does that make sense? Learn to leave them in, and then learn at some point that you've got to leave them, just get rid of them. So whatever, say if we fail here, come back on down, and now we're floating around at 1 or 2. It's 3 months, 4 months from now, and we're down here, and we're just, get rid of them. Get rid of them. It's kind of the same aspect there. Now, back to end market. The only other thing that you're going to start adding would be downtrends and trend lines. So you need to start coming in here, and this is where I like using the 1 minute time frame to get accurate upon where I need to have my trend lines at, right? So I'm going to come in here and go boom, and then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to go boom, and then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to go boom. Stop fucking trying to start shit from... Stop doing this. Stop. This doesn't work. No traders are doing this that are successful. There's a trend line. There's a trend line. There's a trend line. Stop. If you're doing that, stop. Stop. Okay? It's not the true trend, right? Because I can't come in here and find a top uptrend channel to match it, right? Because here's my point. Here's the true uptrend. If we were going to put anything in here, would have been this little weird little head and shoulders, and then you would have started here and went up through there. Because then you could have a resistance line right there with shoulder to shoulders, right? Leave the head out of it. But then you could have like a little true uptrend right here. The point is, when I find these uptrends, and we'll go cancel left extension, leave that in, cancel right extension. Oh, no, not left. Oh, and right. Yeah, sure, whatever. Anyway, whatever. So when I come in here, what am I looking at? If this is the uptrend, this is the first uptrend that I really notice overall that's really starting to take shape. Here's why. I'm going to come in, I'm going to say it's about right here off this upper shadow. I'm going to form a parallel uptrend. We create a new overextended uptrend from the downtrend break. I'm going to start it off this upper shadow. Watch how perfect this is. Now, I don't know. I wish I would have looked at the degree of angle here. I think even if you activate it, it's not going to give us the angle anymore. But still, we'll just duplicate it, and I'll put one in here. This one is right at about 30.5. The resistance is 30. You know, it's close. It's kind of caving in a tad. But do you see how parallel the lines are there? Does this make sense now? Do you see what I'm saying? See how parallel? These are like fucking this, almost the same thing. And so this is where you want to come in and start doing that and finding those, and you can still trade in the 3-minute time frame. Now for candlestick confirmation, when these trends start working again, it's the best entries you're going to get for candlestick confirmations. 1. If you're trading trend cracks, trend breaks, it's the 1-minute time frame. So this is where you would put line. Now you want to delete lines, right? So you don't need this downtrend line anymore. You don't need that uptrend. What you do want to leave in is this old uptrend. Why? A, it's the longest. It's got the most touches. Not even close. Fail, bounce, bounce, touch. You know, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A lot there at 5. A lot at 6. I won't count 7, although I want to, but 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll call that even 11 because that did pop up. 12, 13, 14, right? That's a lot of touches. Most than any other trend today. And oh, damn, it just hit my eyes. Look at this. Right about right there. Look at that uptrend channel. And there's that little midline drop. There's that mid area that I talked about. Right? So that would be the lines that you trade there. This would be the lines. Right here. Does this make sense? Right? So you're going to see if we can reclaim this channel. If we do, now you know what lines we're going to trade. So you've got bounce areas, resistance areas. That's how you chart intraday. Right there on ONDS. Now real quickly back over to CYPH because it is moving a little bit more technically sound. Same thing. You're going to come in here and maybe add some extra lines. Old resistance equals new support. Boom, right? That would probably be about the only other line I add in for the day, honestly, right there. That little sandwich area. A little touch to touch, wick to wick as I call it. Then you're going to come in here, like I just said, in the 1-minute time frame and find your uptrend channels. Because what you're going to see here is this a lot of the time. And we're going to see if maybe back over to ONDS if we don't do the same thing here. And if we don't come up and fail at the bottom, the old trend line up. I talk about this all the time. Old support becomes what? New resistance. So you go back over here to CYPH, see how we come up, and that becomes a double whammy area for a great short. Not only we found it on past chart history, but now we have that old uptrend too that's going to knock us back down. That says, oh, no, 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 no. You don't have that much bullish power. Not quite yet anyway. And then you're finding parallel trends usually a lot of the time in technical sound trade setups, tickers. It's not the exact same angle, but boy, oh, look how that one almost matched this. And then look, you're on a new one that's also pretty darn similar, right? That needs to be a little bit down, right about right there. But you get my point. Those are all almost the same angle, or very close. Remember these things, guys. You got to start. This is it. This is all you would do. This is the only lines you would have in here. This is all you would do. This is the only lines you would have in here for CYPH. These are your lines. Now you know resistance and support on the way up. Now over 350, that would be your main key question. That's awesome that I just thought about that myself. Okay, well, Josh, AK47, what about over this? Well, you're just going back in time. You know, I usually go 5 years typically right out of the gate and then start zooming out from there. If I don't need all this, right, and that noise, I find the 5 noise that I could run into, kind of zoom in from here, seeing those fails at 5. So going back off of those levels because I don't need current. That's just going to give me too much charting and a bunch of blank space anyway. And then I start finding lines here, and where do we have touches? So I just start coming in here and doing the same thing in the past. So we have a lot here, even all the way back at 350. Then I'd say right here's the next level. Really strong. And look what we're running into. That's right where my line's at today. It is at 360, right? So there you go. That's beautiful. And then you come in here and keep adding more lines. I don't like one singularity upper shadow. It might fail, it might not. I really like this area, you know, when you find a 380 into, you know, which one I won't put 2 there. What we'll do is so you can see 380, 395. So I kind of like split the difference there. Right click, edit properties, make that a fat guy, and then boom. Know that area is just going to be really strong. Could really do the same here with this guy, and we'll go ahead and mark that as a thick guy because of all the touches. And then over that, then you're coming up to this next, but that consolidation zone right here at 420, you can see a lot of upper shadows. And if I extend that back to the left, which I can see it already, but I'll do it for you guys, boom, almost runs into this upper shadow and the little wick bounce there. And then, of course, then the main guy, this is the main nasty, holy patrollies. If this could ever get the 480 into 5, holy matrolli towns. And that's it. And that would be not only how you trade from pre-market. When you come in, find your levels. We just even found more levels you can find in pre-market to trade. And then you come in here on the intraday and you can see how those levels have worked out like a gemstone for you. And you could just trade those levels. And now all you got to do is come in here and find your downtrend lines. Which I didn't put any more downtrend lines. Sorry, I forgot to put more extra downtrend lines in on this play. Again, too steep of an angle. Wouldn't put it in. This is the one decent downtrend I do see right through there. And, good, decent angle. All these are, now you can put them in, but these are more when you go like a 5-minute time frame. Those just end up being really tight bull flags, right? There's no real, that you can see is an actual trend that was built in, a downtrend, a trend team. Don't forget, when you're saying trend line or downtrend, you are saying a trend. This is not a trend, that is a reversal, okay? Remember that. And please stop again, for the love of Almighty Jesus, trying to put every trend line starting from the freaking bottom. There's a trend line. 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 Stop. Stop it. Stop. Give me that chicken sandwich. Give me the waffle fries. Stop doing that. Stop. Say, give me my chicken sandwich. Give me my waffle fries. All right. Stop doing that. There's your downtrend. And that's how you put lines in. Whoa, nasty sell off. And 350. We're going to get high of day. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. Come on, be high of day. Yes, 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 yes. Nice, 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 nice. Good sell off there. Let's see here. Let me quickly. Are you on the live stream? I'll type it out too. Parad. How do you say that? Paradigm. How the fuck do you say that word? But are you on the live stream? Let's see how close to resistance or support would you look to enter or exit a trade. Let's see how much room to breathe, scale in and out. Are you on the live stream right now, Para? Are you on the live stream? Let me just know. Let me know. If so, then yeah, I'll answer that. Paradigm. Okay, cool. Gosh, damn, that one. That's a hard one there. I'm like, what's the silent G? It's killing me. I hate silent letters. Oh, they're so stupid. I don't get them. Oh, Skeptic Stoic. What's up, brother? I know exactly who you are. It makes sense. Okay, cool. So real quickly, just to reread the word, not his name, but reread the question. How close to resistance or support would you look to enter or exit a trade? How much breathing room, scale in and out. So two things. If bounce plays and reversals, right? So first, for both, minimum to me needs to be about 30 to 50 cents. Now, it depends on the mover. If we're looking at a stock that's, let me go find one real quickly. If we're looking at a stock that's like, what was a sub $1 play that's run here recently? That was IVVD a sub $1 play. What was one that was sub $1? Gee golly, I know this play wasn't it? I think maybe, yeah. Well, it's sub $1. My point being, if you have a play paradigm, Skeptic Stoic, that is, say, going from, let's just go down here, and I'll just zoom into like right here. Well, not even that. Right here's good. And and you're going from, whoa, way too much space, Joshua. Somewhere right about right here, right? And you're working with a play that's going from like 70 cents to $1.20. Well, it's not happening. So 20 cents, right? And I've talked about this. So a play that's around, because typically, let's just say my crowd, my demo that you guys are listening are trading right around $1, right? So right around right here is the starting ground of what you're looking at in trading, generally most of the time. So with 75 cents to 125 area, you're looking for a minimum 10 to 15 cents, boss. 10 to 15 cents, maybe 20 cents is good. Then once you start moving up to this area right through here, and now you're trading like $1 to $2 range, give me 25 to 30 cents. And then when you start moving into the $2 to $5 range, you know, kind of where we're getting to now, give me minimum 30 cents, but possibly give me, you know, 50 cents. You know, it just depends on what we're setting up. How you always think about this, we always talk about how big was each reversal. So the reversal here is 260 down to 225. So we're going to give that, well, we'll call it really 265, right? So we'll call it 40 cents. So now I know I'm working with 40 cent pullbacks, 40 cent reversals, 40 cent bounce plays. So how far does the bounce play go? Well, and that would be my target. So same thing for the next reversal, we're looking for short up top, 285, 290 we'll call it really, or whatever. Then we go down to 250. So now we have a 30 cent reversal. So okay, we're working in the same area. Then same thing again here, 310 down to 270, 40 cent reversal. You know, so typically you want to look at that too as well, depending on when you've entered the trade, right? If it's way early on in the morning, you may not get a good tell of the tape because a play like this didn't really get to moving until in market. Sometimes in pre-market, a lot of our plays we're looking at them for 2, 3, 4 hours, and I don't really need to worry about, I don't need to worry about, which I'm going to get into one extra little thing on small caps before I move on, which would be charting pre-market after a certain amount, like depends on when you come in, which I'm going to get into that. But say a play's been moving from, say, in pre-market from 170 to 350. Well, now it's going to show you that. Like, say, if it's moved this much and moved all around, like, moved for 2-3 hours in pre-market, now you can generally just use that chart and then, also tell yourself what's the tail of the tape. How big are each reversal is going to be. But for me and myself, again, usually like a play, I want to go with the sandwich. I want to see, old resistance equals new support at 275. Well, I know this play needs to go up about 40 cents for me to get a good bounce play. So 275, it goes to 310. Now I feel safe for it to come back down to bounce off my area. Voila, for the, boom. Same thing here. Goes, 320 break, blah, 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 or I want to bounce play around 310 to 320. I like this resistance area. Past chart history, you saw this too, as well as I did. Have your line in there already. Okay, give me 40 cents, minimum 40 cents. Well, we break out. We'll call the top area 320 to 355, right? So 35 cents, especially from here, definitely is 40 cents. Voila. Wait for the 40 cent pullback, and then you get your bounce play. Trying to hold this shit yet again on another 40 cent pullback. 340 down to 3. So does that make sense? Skeptic, Stoic, Paradigm, also King Lion, everyone else out there listening, and hopefully everyone that's going to be listening to this future right now, whether it's December the 1st, the 21st of November, whenever you're watching this. That's what I'm always looking for. Make it make sense. Like I always say, build me the chart. Show me the chart. Look at this, fucking perfect. Now we're about to be a 40 cent bounce play. Like this chart's running technically sound. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I'll build a technically sound chart where you can get a lot of different, I hate this because I want 350 to be the high of day. But yes, that's what I'm always looking for. Look at the bounce. And so, yeah, always look at the reversals. The other thing I want to show you is coming in to chart in pre-market. I'm going to have to go back and find something that's moved here. Already 30 minutes into this. So this is a small cap part 1. Maybe I'll make this 2 parts, and this is going to be small caps. So I think I'll do that. I'll do small caps right now. We'll take a break. I'll come back and do large caps this afternoon because I don't want to make this too long-winded. So let me go to my morning alerts. This will be the last part of the small caps and how to chart, how to trade them. Well, not how to chart or trade them, how to chart. I could go to how to trade them in so many different ways. I did bring up ways how to trade them, right? Downtrend break, waiting for candlestick confirmation, trend lines, how to put them in. So a lot of different ways how to trade them. A lot of new ideas may be brought up, right? How big the pullbacks are going to be, how big the bounce plays are. Now you know when you're taking a trade, quick home run hitting it. You see that bounce plays are 30, 40 cents. You see reversals 30, 40 cents. You need to be out half or 3/4 at that 30, 40 cent mark. And what you need to be doing to break down, and let's just go to it. Let's go to GLTO. Let's go to GLTO here. Let's go to GLTO. Didn't do anything today. Was hoping maybe it possibly would. Did not. All right, let's go to GLTO. So in GLTO, there's stocks that have already been running. I know, and this isn't the greatest of examples, but it's a decent one. But say you're not always up at 3, 4, 5 o'clock. Regardless if you are, and we are now at 7 o'clock. When I come in, because most days when I come in, I'm not a super early pre-market trader, although right now that's where a lot of the spikes and the moves are happening earlier than they used to be. Used to be, because you can see I'm Central Time Zone, right? So used to be they were from most of the time in most of my journey right around this PR release 7, 7:30, and 8. Those were the big PR times, right? So Eastern Time Zone would be 8, 8:30, and 9. That's when all the action was, the spikes were, the reversals were, the shorts were finally happening then, even if they were running a little bit before that. But now a lot of the spikes in the movement are happening 3, 4, 5, 6 in the morning locally for me. Point being, when I come in at 7 o'clock, I literally just start using the charting at hand. I don't go back in time. There's no reason to go back in time, and I'll show you why here, and I'll put levels in, even on this kind of the chaotic mover, on how you can just trade. And here's one line up top already, but let me just go in and put some more extra lines in here, and we'll see how these lines work out over the next foreseeable future and for the weeks to come. Weeks to come, the days to come, whatever. Maybe even weeks to come. But boom, into that level. Already got the line in right here, the yellow line. We got a little new, I got the trend line. That's the trend line right here. That line right here is the uptrend channel. So those would be the lines that I could say possibly I could look to trade, right? Those are kind of my areas if I work into market that I would look to be trading at resistance level. Of course, if you want to, have this top green line in, but then we can just see here, once we get into market, how those lines start to work out. Now, they're not perfect, no, and there are some new lines that get created in, which I'd say you want to put a new line in here right out of this second bounce, right off of that second bounce, because now we have a bounce, and now we have a bounce, and now we have resistance there, right? So that's sexy. This line ends up being pretty darn good, pretty damn good. The only lines you're going to start adding in trend lines. And yes, I would start with the base here for sure and work into that and realize it's kind of a choppier chart, but there's your uptrend and the uptrend crack. You could start it, at a better point if you want to, but I'd say somewhere right around there is your uptrend. Whoopsie, didn't want to do that. Come on. I want to do this. Right about there. And like I said, if you want to lower that, whatever. Obviously, now as a painted picture, you certainly would. But I'm saying early on, you might have that a little too tight. Moving forward here, if you want to put an extra line in, we'll go one more line in right here because you don't want to do too many lines. You don't want too many lines close to one another. You just want the lines that are working out that you can trade, that have profitability zones. So if I crack 20, and that's $1 away. That's good, right? So now we can just roll through here for the day, and we can see how these lines that we put in pre-market are working out in market. And now we can go to after hours, right? Now, again, extra lines that you would be putting in. You obviously, I don't want to keep doing that. But my point was going in here to pre-market. If the play has already been running, you don't need to go to past chart history. If you come in like I do, or you come in later in the day and you come in at an hour after the bell, use the chart at hand. That's what's being traded right now. The levels have been created. I get that, like, what, really? I'm like, yes, I don't go back and do I've had times where it's ugly. I always love this story. It was like 3 days straight, or I remember it was about 3 days in a short amount of period. It was kind of like it is now. Maybe it had to have been 2021 into 2022, right? Because I know it had to have been 2020 and 2021 because there wasn't a lot of, whatever reason I didn't come in until about an hour after the opening bell. I was probably being lazy because I was probably starting to kill it and just taking whatever. But I didn't come in until, I remember it was about 9, it was around this time, about 9 to around 9:30. And there was this perfect, not that we had one today, but it'd be like this trend line. A trend line that was formed from pre-market, running for about an hour, like this back here, all the way. And I'm like, oh, guys, trend line crack below the VWAP. Wow, this is going to be a great. And it was like 3 days in a row. I got one, maybe it was 2 or 3 trades in about 15, 20 minutes and was done. Just killed it. So that's my point. You can come in and the chart's created. You don't have to go back and try to, let me go back on the 4 hour. No, it's right here. Because you can even then zoom out in the next days or even in power hour how these lines almost work out gorgeously. You don't have to go through every, if it's already been moving, until we get above 26 is my point. Until we get above 26 or this low of day right here that we double bottom off of the next day that we can now put a line in, you can just sit back here and trade these levels. Maybe manipulate them a little bit if you need to. Okay, now I need to find levels over 25 and go back to past chart history here. We hit it a million times. Of course, it's going to break. Look how you can trade. Look at this thing. Look at that line. Look at that fail. Bouncing on it. This is from pre-market on Monday. Pre-market Monday levels that we find a couple more in market Now we can go back through here in the past week and look how those levels worked out like a charm later on. Look at the bounce play. Look at this. This is why, and now you add extra levels. Yes, true. I mean, I'm coming in here and seeing some of my eyes. I can't help but laser them on in, right? That's it. That's it. Quit making it so hard on yourself. Make it easier. Lines I found on Monday were usable. Recycle, reduce, reuse. Recycle, reduce, whatever that 3 thing was when we started doing the recycling in the 80s and the 90s. This is perfect. This is, again, why I love to chart, why I love teaching you guys to chart, why I've said forever ago I want to be the best charter ever. Or if not, and I have slowly gained this underground following, which is crazy, was Trade the Pool, and that shout out, with some guy over in Europe, and he, gave me all this love, and now he's doing one-on-ones. Well, he's like the Europe version of me, essentially. He hadn't been doing it as long, but he's doing stuff with TTP now. I was like, what? This is crazy. But that's what I wanted. I wanted this whole lore. Oh, you haven't heard of AK47? Oh, damn. This is why. I hope this rings a bell with you guys, how to make it easy on yourself. Any last questions on the Discord, on the live stream? Reduce, reuse, and recycle them lines. Yeah, whatever it was. Yeah, something like that. I knew it. Any questions? Anything else from you guys? Good almost 40-minute long lesson right there in small caps. I'll do large caps later today. That'll be the afternoon. You got a paradigm. You got it. Anyone else on the Discord? Anyone else on the live stream here? Hopefully that helped out and rang a bell. That's what I've been doing since 2018. Every single day. Every day. This is where I come up with the lines and levels for you guys in pre-market. And let's go back to this. And I'm going to end this off real quickly. Where's it at now? Okay. All right. Well, I'll end on this to give a tease into the large caps. I want everyone to listen to this real quickly and what I said the SPY was going to do today. Put this over in the live stream. So I just talked about it too as well, in my opinion, on the Discord too as well. It's either 661 essentially for the SPY today. That is a guarantee, or back up to 674, the ultimate high of the day. I feel we will get even higher than that normal high. I just did that just in case. But I feel... Boom. Called this out in pre-market. Before the opening bell, obviously, I was going to say how long, it was only 15 minutes for the opening bell today, that I said we'd either go full, stuffed. Gah, brr. Haven't been there in a while for Steak Burger Friday. That was absolutely awesome. Good stuff, and I hadn't been there. Like, you could just they cook it all in front of you, which is like you go in the line where they cook all the steaks, and you actually get to go where all the waiter and waitresses go, essentially, which is really cool. Because it's the way they have the place set up. It's kind of this place where you see them cook the steaks in a way. You know, you can kind of see them, but you can't go back. Obviously, well, unless you want to be weird and go back there. But they'd let you go up for Steak Burger Friday, so you kind of like stand in a line. Well, I went a little bit later, so I didn't have to stand in a line or anything. And there was no line. It was just I got to go straight through. Oh, it was nice. Picking as many fries as you want. There's like a big ass serving pan thing, like of fries that you could just they're all fresh and crispy and salty and peppery. Oh, it was money. So lunch was great. $12 too. Crazy to think $12 for all that you get, and kind of like all you can eat kind of stuff. I say all you can eat, but you get a lot of fries, as many fries as you want. Kind of, it's not like, hey, here's your plate, that's it. No, I mean, you kind of can take as many pickles or as much lettuce or tomatoes. It's like kind of one of those things where it's all there for you to get. Really cool. Anywho, ran some errands after that. We did, and now we're back home. Not a lot going on in the small cap world. The only one that was still moving, let's get rid of this uptrend channel, is MNDR. So MNDR is still kind of popping up here a little bit. Has a little bit of an uptrend channel. I would probably venture to say, yeah, it's something about like that. And then we've got like a midline one here, kind of somewhere through here-ish. And then the very top one, way the hell up here. Way up here. And that's kind of about how I'd have my lines in, somewhere in there for MNDR. As it's been running on the way up, something like that. Now, if you want to make it tighter and get in there with more candlestick body, whatever. I just like everything looking all nice and parallel. Same degree of angle, so to speak. Same degree of angle, so to speak. But that's about it, really. Just chop your charts for the large caps. Kind of been floating around here over the last hour or two or three or so. I guess it's really 3 hours or so since I've gotten back on whenever I left out of the office last. Had a little pullback in the SPY. Then we went to new highs. I had a feeling we'd have a pullback, a sell-off, but then we'd move to new highs, and I thought that was all we're going to have here. And then after I left was more of that sell-off I figured we might get. And then we moved to new highs. Still chopping around overall in this downtrend. You go to the hourly, you can see we're just in this downtrend. We came right back up and nailed the middle portion, of that line, which again, kind of like what we just did here on MNDR. Same kind of little setup, so to speak, as what's going on in this downtrend and the deviation channels. With the SPY, I would imagine stays that way in this downtrend overall, in that 1 hour, that daily downtrend. What's the top? Yeah, so yeah. I think we just keep working down it till we finally break up out of it, and finally at some point we'll possibly get moving back on up over that. But it does seem like we're in this pretty decent downtrend for now over the past month. You go from October, we have a red November. Well, it's not over yet, but I would imagine we're gonna have a red November. And a pretty decent size red November, at this point, where, we started it somewhere right around 683, and we've fallen down pretty decent there. Not a lot, but a decent amount. It's dragging large cap plays here and there with it, not severely, but some of the plays are, like I talked about that earlier on the Discord, broke those down for you on which ones are running a little bit better with the SPY and which ones are really kind of doing their own thing or not running at all. Next week, small caps, unless we just, and I've seen in the past where randomly out of nowhere we got a hot day and it's like, oh my, what, where's this, oh yeah. I just don't see it happening, and if we do, it's just going to be a one and doneer. Forgot to put hot mic, if anyone that is out there just kind of like looking at chat. Anywho, I would imagine it's dead though next week for small caps. If we didn't get anything really today, it's a sign of what we'll have next week, which is the 50s, 60s, 30s, 40s. Most of our tickers, like up percentage gappers, will be that. They'll be up 40% on the day, 30% on the day, 20% on the day, 50% on the day, 60% on the day. Here and there, we'll get a 100% mover. And a lot of the time when we get those 100% movers, like I've noticed today and yesterday, when we get to 100%, it was like we barely get to it, and that's it. A good example, honestly, would probably be Fox here, where I bet in the highs around 450 or higher was around 100% for the day. Most of the top gainers we're looking at right here, like MNDR, 53% on the day. What was the other one that we were looking at earlier? Oh, gosh, oh, Menachos. Too many tickers for my brain to think of today. EPSM, same thing. That's now negative 2% on the day. And I think even when we were looking at it earlier, it's not like it was up a lot anyway. Fox was another runner. It's up 80% on the day. Oh, that was the other one. Knox was the other one. Just had it up. Knox. And that was up, what, 20, 30%. That's about where we'll be at. And this one went flying up earlier in the day. I say flying, but went on a pretty good spike and then just really didn't do anything after that. Kind of looking around. Just looking around, seeing if there's anything really moving. Don't see much, really. Small cap wise, I was just kind of looking to see if we had much. Nothing on the top gainable. That was missing. We do have... Oh, Steve is going live over on Trade the Pool here at the closing bell. Actually, this says in 43 minutes. Oh, at 3:40 today. Okay, must be some different. Something's up with Steve. I don't know why he can't go less. Usually at the closing bell or in power hour, I thought. What? Well, now that's odd. Oh, okay. Essential tips to combat your cycle. Okay, oh, that's why he is live right now. But he's gonna. I guess it's called. Oh, he's doing something trading psychological series. So I guess he's doing something in the afternoon here on Fridays that I wasn't aware of. Because I was like, the Trade the Pool stream is live right now. I was like, what? What's going on? Who's live then? I knew we'd have maybe the scanners up, but that's what I was gonna go to, or the scanners. And then it was Steve talking. I was like, what the fuck? This said he's gonna be live at 3:40 my time. It's for like a lesson he's doing. IVDA didn't do anything today. I mean, we're seeing that a lot. Sub $1 plays getting pops. Yeah, slow. I mean, I don't know why it's not picking up MNDR. I mean, what's the other one? Fox. It's not picking up Fox. I don't know why Fox isn't getting picked up. Fox is the top gainer, though. It's 75% on the day that I'm seeing. Then we have IVDA at 56. You know, then we're working our way down into the 30s. Then into the 20s. Like MNDR right now is... This makes no sense. Why is it saying MNDR's gap up percentage? That makes no sense. Is there gap up percentage from in market? The start of market? Because then that would make sense. I don't know why it's not picking up from yesterday. That's probably what it is, I'm guessing. Because on one of the trade ideas, I guess it depends on how they have their trade ideas set up. But MNDR on Tradecasters trade ideas, it's up what we have it up right here from close of yesterday. Over on Stock Rocks, their trade idea only has MNDR up 28% on the day. So that must be from market open, which that always kind of confused me too. And I was like, oh, it's up this much today. I'm like, why would we consider how much it's up from yesterday's close? Why wouldn't we consider it from the actual open of the day? Anyway. So yes, we are all over it. There's nothing moving. It's slow. It is slow. All right, I'm going to take it out for the weekend. I just want to jump in here for about 5, 10, 15 minutes somewhere in there, see if anyone's around, if anyone was talking, or, oh, hey, AK, I'm still here. I thought maybe you weren't coming back. I got a question for you. If you have anything to say or go over, any stocks you want to go over, any trades you want to go over. Thank you for coming over today. Almost 200 views, 150, 200 views in between there. Appreciate all the viewers that came over, spreading the word. If you did share the link today, I appreciate it. You know, the fact that you came here today, I appreciate it. But definitely, you know, if any of you did share the stream, however you share it, I appreciate it. There is the closing bell. I 100% doubt we get anything to spike in after hours today. We've hardly had anything this week spiking in after hours at all, you know, this week. It's mostly been previous runners still continuing to run and maybe getting some pops. So I'll say maybe MNDR or a runner we saw move today pops in after hours here. Does seem relatively slow regardless of Tesla SPY got pretty decent sell-offs there at the end of the day. Usually, typically, it's about the first 30 minutes or so of after hours on Friday. You'll get some movement, and then a lot of the time on Friday, it's usually the slowest after hours. Now, back in the day, it was done, like, I'm not kidding you, 10, 15 minutes after the closing bell back in the day, 2020, 22, 20, you know, because that's my day, streaming live on Fridays, right, over on Tradecaster. That was always my day. That's the day I got most used to streaming all day long. You know, what would hold and what could happen, all that kind of shit. Now we get more movement. Used to we wouldn't. I mean, I'm not kidding you. I would come in 30, 45 minutes after the closing bell, and I'd be like, why is anyone even? And usually no one was around. Usually the Tradecaster would be dead, and small caps usually wouldn't get a pop on Friday. Now you just really never know. I went back and looked at the chart, and there's a lot more movement. It's like even in pre-market now. I don't know if there's just that many more people trading in after hours. I don't know if it's AI and bot systems that are taking over and doing more trading there in after hours or in pre-market. You know, that was a lot most of the time when it was more standstill, especially no lie 100% on a Friday. You know, closing bell would come, and closing bell would come, and what Knox is doing, like right here, this is what after hours, Tesla, AMD, SPY, NVIDIA, it didn't matter. It would just be and then like a couple 3-4 hours in, it just be like no movement. But now we do get a little more movement in after hours and on a Friday, which is really odd. Like, you know, you just wouldn't think who the hell is still around and wants to trade on a Friday, but there's people trading all over the world, and it's kind of more of a thing now, in my opinion, to be a day trader. There's a lot, or at least people trying to be a day trader. Not saying that they're successful or not, but there's a lot more people trading, it seems like, right now. Oh, there's Jay-Woo. Still here, rebounded from some bad pre-market trades. Yeah, pre-market's been tough. Pre-market's been pretty gross and ugly. You know, we haven't had a lot of good movement in pre-market here recently. And a lot of the movement, too, has been that, like I've talked about, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the morning. And you got to find when you're good, too. Not everyone's good in pre-market and opening bell, you know, or throughout that. You got to find that time of the day where you're the best. Gotta find that time of the day when you're the best, for sure. Thanks, Josh. Have you too, Saline Girl. You have a great weekend. Hopefully you enjoyed that this morning with the Zip Dog. And again, I'll keep working on what we talked about on Wednesday through next week. Look forward to seeing you guys next week. Again, Wednesday, I'll have Wednesday free again just because of Thanksgiving. I'll have Wednesday free because it'll be a shortened day for myself. Same with Friday. Friday will be a shortened day. So I'll have it free as well for a lot of you guys out there, because I won't be free again until for dual stream Fridays, but it's only for a little snippet here and there. You know, it's not like it's that long. So, you know, today, Wednesday, and next Friday, I'll be at least free for sure from the get-go. You know, a lot of that comes back to when I'm going to do the dual stream. I mean, If it is early on, it ends up being early on, and then you get a free stream longer. If it's like I want it to be an hour after the opening bell, well, the paid streamers get the what they want and some trades, yada yada yada. And then I have the guy come, or gal, eventually. We'll get some gals on here because I know Jay-Woo wants to have the Fibonacci Princess on. Which, by the way, too, I'm gonna have to interview her anyway on Trade the Pool. They're like they keep bringing that up, like, hey, who you interviewed at the Money Show in Orlando? We want you to. It's almost like. It's almost like they have this. Hey, I hope you talked to them and got their information because we're gonna want. I'm like, they act like it's like we got their number and we're best friends now. I'm like, I just interviewed the girl. Like, I'll reach out to her. That doesn't mean she's gonna say yes. I would imagine she might. Usually in the trader community, most people that are like myself, a lot of people like our essentially like our community and the people that you see we're surrounding ourselves with. They want to spread the word. They want to get on, and they're not like, no, or you got to pay me. It's usually, oh yeah, sure, just let me figure out a time in a day, and yeah, we'll get it done. Because they like to talk about stocks. Who doesn't? It's just kind of like, yeah, sure, I'll help. I'll do it. Your best friend, yeah, right, yeah. That's what they think when they say that. He'll bring it up in those meetings, and I'm like, and Josh, and I'm like, I act like I got her number and shit, like. I didn't get her number, but I did get like Adrian Mann's number. I got it, but I hadn't reached out to any of those people that I met at the Money Show. Funny. So yeah, that was great to hear. So yes, oh yeah, that's the reason, because he's busy and he's, like anyone. I want to get successful traders on in any different aspect and of the stock trading realm, essentially. Like however they they've struggled, however they trade, whether it's options like himself and a smaller account. Or it's CR Trader, it's blah, 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 and they have a bigger account, and it's a funded account. Or if it's Michael Noss, and he's doing bots and the automated trading. I'm trying at Caesar and futures. I'm trying to get J Trades in more large caps, right? Kevin Avery with hangovers and small caps. I'm like, every guy I've brought on, they all do something different. They all found a different way to be successful in the stock market, and that's kind of needs to be the aha thing for you guys. That we keep rinsing, repeating, and saying the same shit over and over and over. Like, take your like all this shit that Zippy kept saying earlier, this morning. We've all said that. Every one of us are gonna say, dude, this is what you need to be doing. Stop doing these things. But then so we keep repeating the same stuff over and over and over. So when you hear that, so those should be the two things I'm trying to get out of you guys, or that I want you to get out of this anyway. Essentially, it would be. They keep saying the same shit over and over and over. All these different successful traders keep telling us what we should be doing, and yet here I am still doing that. I might want to think about, this, whether it's the journaling part, or it's the risk management part of it, or it's the holding losers for way too long like an idiot part, or it's anyway. And then on top of the fact of that is all of these traders have been different. So hey, again, the two things to get out of these dual stream Fridays, for the most part, would be down the line. You guys need to realize is, man, these guys keep saying the same shit, all different traders, but they keep saying the same thing that we need to be doing. And B, I just said it, they're all different traders. They found their niche, their edge in the stock market that they could rinse and repeat every day. Like, I don't give two fucks about no fib, but that Fibonacci Princess loves it. And then Jay Woo, he wants one, she gets on, and next thing you know, and that works for that, so I'm trying to get as many different ideas, trading ideas out there for you guys too as well. Because I can only do much as a trader or a helper or a motivator or a coach in the one-on-ones, or even here on the live stream. But that's where I'm like, I'll think of anything I can to help you guys out be more successful. Because I know I can only take it so far doing that, what I do. And I think what I do is great, but I don't think it's enough for everybody. So that's why, I have to build a team. I want to build a team that I can keep going back to these X-Men, these Avengers, and you can, they're like, that's my favorite Avenger, that's my favorite Avenger, that's my favorite X-Men. Everyone's favorite X-Men isn't Wolverine, or, it's not all Deadpool, and those are two popular ones here recently. So people love Cyclops, or Rogue, or Storm, Jean Grey, Professor X, I don't know, Magneto, right? So just doing that down the line. So then, of course, all the other cool little things that you do get, obviously, from the dual stream. The great stories, the motivation, the personal experience, etc. So the relation confirmation that probably comes within that. You're going through something similar that they've gone through, etc. Whatever. But those would be the two things for me, is understanding that we keep saying and, saying the same stuff. All of us do, just in different verbiage essentially, but we're all saying the same stuff over and over and over, what you need to be doing or not doing. And that we're all different traders, and we found our way in the stock market to be successful. Let's see. I like hearing the same stuff over and over. It's yes, and that's it. Because I mean, like, it was me when I first started. I had to see, like I tell you guys, which we just went over and did Wednesday, and that was so cute. I didn't know if I told you this, Saline Girl. I was in a one-on-one. Anyway, it was funny. Or maybe it was one after. It was one after you on Wednesday, where then Jason comes over and we're talking. But you still have like a chart up, and I see you still putting lines in. Like, I noticed that, just so you know. I was like, oh, she's still like, that's awesome. That was so cool. Like, it was funny. We were talking, but you were like, well, I'm just gonna put lines in while you two dudes chat it up, and you were putting your lines in on whatever ticker that was. But it was doing that over and over and over and over and over until then there was those man, duh, and then just like, yeah, duh, yeah, and whether it was going over the trades, putting lines in, hearing something, but it was that repetitiveness of it happening over and over and over till finally the ahas were happening, and then it was starting to sink and set in, and then it got to the point of, okay, let's implement it. Like hello, I've only seen this however many times now. It's got a high win percentage. Like even the losers don't have a bad loss. Like that's why the shorts or the trades I typically lose. It's because the setups I attack don't provide for, well, this could really fuck you over. I don't want to be in those trades. Like I said, I don't want to be, hell no. I don't want my butthole puckered up. Oh, fuck. Hell no. I want to be in trades where I'm in complete control. But that just went from going back and going over stuff over and over and over until I was finally like, oh yeah, aha, duh. And then it starts to see, so yes, I did notice that. Yes, and I talked about you too to the one-on-one right after you on. Well, I hadn't done that right after you, but a couple anyway. Yeah, I talked about, I don't know why, but whatever we're talking about. Most likely, I think it was very similar to what you were, was what this person's going through. I think it may have been both of that's on the Discord, possibly actually. And then I just brought that up, like, you have to be doing this every day. And then I was like, yeah, look, that was so cute, where you were like still putting lines in. Listen, I'm a million miles an hour. I notice things that most people don't. I have these little peripheral vision things that are always going on. Obviously, as fast as I talk, I'm just 100 miles an hour. So yes, I always notice these little things that people are like, oh, you notice something? Yeah, fuck yeah. I'm always looking at stuff. I notice everything. I would have been a good spy for sure. I think good detective in the police world for sure. Whatever, kind of same thing. A good James Bond, a good Sherlock Holmes. Those kind of guys. Because you got to be able to notice that kind of stuff. Something that someone else won't notice. I know. I hear you, TikTok. But yes, very good. Keep doing that. Keep doing that. Keep doing that, Saline. Keep doing it. The more lines you put in, the more they'll sink in. I promise you that. Huh, Doc? Say yeah. I love my friends. I love my family. Love my traders. Love my pack. Huh? Say I noticed it. I mean, honestly, it goes back to like I was just thinking about when I love my pack. Groot. Huh? Say Groot. Say Groot. How did I catch that? Everyone was so impressed. Like, how did you catch this in time? His osteosarcoma and his bone cancer, of course, did catch it in time and had to get the limb removed. But they're like, man, you caught that. Very rare that someone catches it. But it's just because I'll never forget that day. I was about to go pick up one of our latest dogs that we got, but not Brody, but Emilio. Thank gosh we got Emilio when we did, because Brody was literally on his way out, which we didn't really know at the time. But I was gonna leave. It was a Saturday. I was gonna go leave. Surprise Avery with a long-haired Chihuahua. We wanted to get, like, when Brody was getting older, which he was, we did great. We wanted to get like another long-haired Chihuahua, like just one more, right? Replace one. Essentially, like, okay, here's Brody. When Brody's gone, we want another Brody, and we want him to hang out with Brody for a while to pick up Brody mannerisms, which we did perfect. Anyway, I'm gonna leave that day to go pick him up, and right before I'm leaving, I'm loving on Groot. Just one of those things where I'm like, whoa, what's this? And just, it was like a peripheral thing too, again, where I'm loving on him, and I noticed it was his inside ankle bone. So, like, imagine your ankle, like the inside of it, right? Sorry, I got my slides on. I was doing stuff around the house when I got home, but took my socks off. Freaking hot. My feet get so hot. Get them damn socks. I'm like, man, my feet. Anyway. But and that was a rare spot for that to grow too, which the doctors were kind of saying, like, you don't usually see it there. But yeah, it was just one of those things where I'm loving on. I'm like, whoa, what's that? Ah, shit, and I knew. I started crying. I got real pissed too. Cause like, no, fucking, we just did this fucking 3 years ago in August. It's a very emotional Saturday. But yeah, it's just one of those things where I love it. I love that stuff. That's why I never got that chance. I feel like I'm Uncle Rico. They just would have put me in state. I went to the high school I went to was they ran the ball all the time. They never threw the ball. I moved there like right before high school too, like out of Little Rock, like out of the Little Rock area into like one of the suburbs that was growing. That's nice, and this was a really good football team. We won state, which was cool. But they ran the ball all the time. I wanted to be quarterback, but they never put me at quarterback because they had I'm like 6'3". They're a running team. They don't some tall, lanky 6'3" quarterback. Now they would be like, oh, okay, now they see all like the Cam Newtons or the taller running, because back then quarterbacks that ran were shorter. Fran Tarkenton, Michael Vick, I can go through the list. I mean, most running quarterbacks ever were short guys. They were never real tall, lanky guys. And that was really kind of a thing over the last couple of decades. That became a thing where like these 6'6" quarterbacks and athletic, and that's what I wanted to be. I was like, I want to do that. I want to go run it, but I wanted to throw the ball. Just going back to the peripheral thing, because anytime in Little Rock on the whatever team that I forgot what grade we were in, but we threw the ball all the time. And I was the quarterback. So it was one of those things I played, which is funny because when I grew up, I was really tall, fast. I grew tall fast. And so I played center. Like when I was in like 4th, 5th, 6th grade, I was the center for a basketball team. I kind of capped out early on, unfortunately, because there was a time, I'll never forget, real quick, there was a book. I was like 10 or 12 years old. There was a book at the book fair. I'll never forget this. Oh, who didn't love book fairs back in the day? And I wish I would have got that book. But then I can look back in time like that's crazy. So point being, in this book that was about the centers in the NBA at that time, and David Robinson and Hakeem Olajuwon and all the bad, Patrick Ewing in the 90s, and they showed their height, because these are all 7-footers. They're all 7 foot tall, 6'9", or 6, I should say 6'10", 6'11", 7 foot, whatever, right around there. And I think Shaq was even in the book, and it showed how tall they were as they grew up. And when it showed, it was like, whatever age they had was like, like 5 and then 7 and then 10 and then 4, whatever. I don't know. They didn't have every year. They just had like certain years. And whatever one of the years they had was the age I was. So it was like either 10 or 12 they had on there. I was as tall as most of those guys. We're like right there with them. And I'm like, dudes, guys, I'm going to be fucking I'll never forget this. Because one of my buddies that like back in the day was like laughing. He's like, you remember when you said that? I'm like, yeah, I was like, I wondered if anyone remembered that. He's like, yeah. Like, but it's so funny. Like, yeah, you were never gonna be that tall. Like, well, I mean, back then I was on their pace, which was really, really funny. But yeah, I just was a center back then, and I had real good. I just would I'll never forget this. Where I'd get one of my things when I was Our Lady of Good Counsel, a Catholic school, and I'd get the rebound, and it was like something that we would do, and we did this in AAU too as well. Where I just had an arm, like, man, you got an arm. So I love doing this, where the guard would take off and I would just launch it like a football. It would just land right in front of him and bounce. There's a couple like moments, I remember playing for in the 6th grade. There was one game in the 6th grade. I remember doing it. It was like a perfect, and it was like, anyway. So then when it comes to football in 6th grade, and that's where they're like, I could see the field good. I didn't get kind of like Mahomes or Brady or Manning. You kind of feel when there are people around you. How you see, if you watch football, hopefully, Tammy, you guys, know what I'm talking about, where there are some guys that like quarterbacks down set hut, and they just can't feel themselves in the pocket. Like you'll be yelling, why didn't you see that guy? He was right there. I didn't see. Because there'll be some quarterbacks, it's down set hut. It's almost like, how did you not? I mean, you're this. I know you've got a helmet on, but how did you not see him? And those guys that get just nailed. Now, blindside's different if you're a little like this and he's coming from behind. But most of the time, you're supposed to be like this, and so you can kind of see if the blitzes are coming. But they're all, man, trust me, as many years I've watched sports, I'm like, how did you not fucking see that guy? He fucking was like right there. Same thing with quarterbacks. And you're like, how didn't you see that defender? And so but anyway, moved to Cabot. I'm like, yes, I'm gonna be the quarterback. Because we moved to Cabot, we were actually in the state finals that year. I'm like, man, this team's fucking. We're gonna be this. I can't believe it. Whether like before, whatever it was. Like it was like I wasn't on the football team yet, so I'm gonna join the football team here when I moved there. So we moved there in the summer of August. So now it's a new football season. We were just in the finals of the year before, and so I'm in 7th grade though, and they put me at tight end, and I'm like, okay, well, whatever. I'll never forget this. Give it to like 9th grade, 8th grade into 9th grade. At the end of 8th grade, because now my dad was a morning show host and radio, talk about this all the time. And anyway, everyone knew who I was. They knew who my dad was. You know who I am. I'm Mr. Talker, and especially I know every coach, every teacher, and you better believe they all know me. Well, I'm like, Coach, I'll talk. I'm not like scared. I'm like, I want to fucking be the quarterback. What do I need to do to be the quarterback? Like, I guarantee you, I promise you, I will be a better quarterback than any. Like, I promise. We'll run track because I was slower. I was going from that. They always call it baby fat, right? I was a little chunkier as a kid, and slowly but sure. Well, I say chunky. There are times when I see myself. I went chunky, I would say, ish. From around like 3rd, 4th, 6th grade, somewhere in there. But it started getting real slim. Obviously, but started slimming down. Like, you see those people that as they get older, they start to lose that, and they get nice and slimmed and trimmed. So I ran track regardless to get faster because I did run a slow 40. I ran like a 5.7, 5.8 40 in 8th grade. Well, I took track in 8th grade. That because track comes after the football season. So I took track, and then I did these like workouts that they did that summer into the 9th grade. And I'll never forget coming into 9th grade running like 4.8, 4.9. In 9th grade, I was running like 4.8, 4.9, whatever, 4.89, 4.92, 5 flat. And I was put in the front group with the last year's fastest players that were just, I'm like, I can't believe, yes, I'm going to be quarterback. Nope. New guy transferred in. I'll never get this, like, he was just, and it was so sad. He's like just my size. Like, he's 6'3". So, well, I'll say now, but he grew to be about my height. Right? I don't know what we were in 9th grade. Maybe like 5'11", 6 foot. I don't remember. But I was like, no, it's like, this is exactly like me. But he moved in, and he was a quarterback from like another school, like the other, oh, he's our quarterback. He's coming in. This is in 9th grade. This is how football is in the South, which is, it's probably like that everywhere. High school football, everywhere, but a lot of states. They're like, oh yeah, he's the guy. He's coming in over from Sylvan Hills. Man, he was good over there last year in 8th grade. He's good. Yeah, was he good? Hell no! Patrick, I never forget his name was Patrick McCormick. I think it was Patrick McCormick. I forgot, it was something like that. It's like, damn it! Come on! But anytime we ever played flag football to like, stuff for team-wise, even into college, playing, like I would always be, I'm quarterback. Like, listen, I'm just letting you know. But I always had that peripheral kind of vision. And even back to the calmness and discipline, this is a story I've said a few times. 8th grade, back to this, even all the way back to 8th grade. So 8th grade, her name was, what was her name? She did ballet, awesome girl. She's so pretty. Allison Archer. So, 9th grade. We're in 9th grade, go down to DFW, actually, because she had family in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I forgot what suburb. Anyway, we go visit her family. We go out to eat one night Italian. And she does ballet. She's skinny girl, right? I love all my girls anyway. All the girls I've ever dated, they're like, I'm full. And they'll like at dinner, like unbutton their pants. Like, and she had like a skirt on, and she was like, oh, go. And she kind of unzipped the side of it or whatever. She's like, I'm full. Of course, Italian, all the dough, the bread. And when we were leaving, I wasn't watching when she did this, but she zipped up and like literally Something About Mary is around the same time frame, because in 9th grade, it was like 99 for me. It was almost the same time. I think Something About Mary came out in 98. It's like the same fucking. She zipped her skin up. Didn't zip her balls up. She didn't have balls. But zips her skin up. And so she's like crying and freaking out. And I'm the one that, I don't even remember what the fuck I even did. I really don't remember anymore. But I'm calm, cool, collected. Unzip it. And her mom was like, I don't know, how are you just so, you unzipped it and she, I'm like, I remember that. It's these small little things you remember as a kid. That was one of those where I was like, man. And even her mom was like, how'd you handle it? You did so well. But I've always kind of been that way. If it's me and only me, like back to the elevator situation, well, I'll freak out. It seems like, right? But if I have other people to help myself out, or I need to help other people, or like saying here's a big doctor situation. I've gotten better, I guess, with me and myself when it comes to like blood and sewing. But if it's someone else, I can do it all day long. I can heal up the dog. I've done stuff to the dogs, do stuff to Avery, but like when it's me, I'm like, I don't want to have surgery. I don't want to. Oh, I hate it. But I have gotten a little better. Dropped a half-gallon bottle of Maker's Mark on my toe. I think it was in 2021 or 2022. I think it was Maker's Mark, but it was the handle of alcohol that was relatively full of alcohol, and the thing broke on my foot. Thank God nothing. It wasn't major, but it did slice it open really good. I sewed her, but I did my little, jaw anyway. It was, ooh. But I've gotten better at that. But yeah, back in the day, it was one of those things where I noticed if I can help other people out, no problem. You know, I was like, oh, it's not my blood. You know, I'm kind of one of those people. So that's why I probably actually would have been a good doctor, because as long as it's not me, I'm good to go. I'll help you out. Tunnel vision, yeah, that's kind of what it gets into, yeah, for sure. And not everyone has that. I think it's just one of those things I didn't really think I ever had. You know, I know I had it in sports, you know, a lot of the time. Like, going back to even, like, in basketball when I was in... Man, this fucking guy's still moving here, MD. And look at this little midliner here. Look at this. See, we talked about this, and I know back to those lines you were putting in saline the other day. You know, you're trying to find that midline, and look at her. But taking the last shot, I'll never forget that. When I was in, like, third, fourth, whatever it was, when I was playing at the boys club. And, you know, I was on the same team every year with the same coach, which was cool. But yeah, I remember like 2 years in a row we played the same team, the Suns, and the inbound play came to me. And then I just, even early on, I was like, man, because you know the last shot. You know, if you play sports, you're kind of like, you want to get the last shot. The first year against the Suns, I took the shot and missed it. We lost. I'm not a great shooter. It's more just about, but the play was open for me there, and it was what it was designed to do. And so the next year was the same thing. And the coach had the trust and faith in me, because I don't, that's the thing, I don't freak out. And so what I did this time, because everyone kind of collapsed to me last time, and I felt like that pressure went, and I haven't taken a lot of game-winning shots, or you know what I'm saying, that pressure. And so everyone was coming over to me, and, you know, you kind of go up for the shot, you get a little stiff, and I missed it. Well, the second year, they come flying over at me, and I was like, I learned from the year before. It's crazy. The same team, this doesn't have, it almost has a good ending. I pass the ball, guy makes a layup. So plays for me, almost the same exact play. I'm on the wing. They come crashing over to me because I was going to kind of step up like I'm going to drive. And then the center and like another guy. Anyway, and then as soon as I did that, that left a guy open under the basket. I passed it to him. We made the layup. And I'm like, fuck yeah, we're going to win this year. Because they were always the two good teams. Well, their stud player that was kind of like me, but at the time I just wasn't really athletic. I was a big guy, but I was kind of a little thicker, you know, a little flat-footed, so to speak. I grew into my athleticism over years. He was already kind of had that. He was my size and height, but could move. He's like, just put it this way, it's like LeBron James, right? He was a bigger guy that could move. And I'll never forget, he got the ball with X amount of time left and came down the court. I wasn't guarding him, you know, someone else was guarding him, but he kind of broke loose, and at the last second, you know, but anyway, he came down and nailed the shot. He was one of those guys at the boys club, and then went to AAU that was kind of like the dude, you know. I was never that good. I was never the dude. He was definitely more of the dude. But yeah, I never heard that. That was that 2 year stretch. What was really cool was then, I think it was the next year, if I'm not mistaken, where we beat him. And then we won the championship that year. But we beat him in the semifinals the year after that, and finally got our revenge, so to speak. But anyway, But that, even like that back in the day, where like the coach was like, all right, we're gonna go back to the ball, and like, get to me, and he'd look at that, you know, as you got older, and like, wow, I guess they, you know, had faith and trust in you because you're calm, cool, collected, and you can usually, generally speaking. That's why I don't buy the handles. Yeah, right. Yeah. I know. Like, good God, my man. That fucking hurt. So I'll never forget. Because it's like one of those things, at first you're like, you don't even want to look down. You just know, you're just like, oh. Because imagine, I did this in high school, working out at the gym. Like, the gym, not in like sports or whatever. It was crazy how me and my buddies got into working out. Like, a few of my guys. Poo-tank-a-tong. What did I always say to those guys, and they laughed their ass off? Poo-tank-a-tong? I don't know. It's something similar to that. Me and my made-up words. Anyway, I dropped a 45 fucking pound weight on one of my big toes, left or right, I don't remember which one it was. Oh my fucking God, that hurt so bad. It wasn't one of those rubber ones. It was the, whatever you want to call it, like the metal, whatever. I say metal, but you get my point. Whatever those are made out of, steel, I don't know. Dropped one of those on me, not the rubber ones, but oh, that hurt fucking bad. But that was like that, where you drop something so hard, like heavy on your toe, and then it's glass, and oh God, dude. Yeah, and then you lose all of it, exactly. That's what sucks. No, because what sucks was like, it was that late at night where like the liquor store's closed. It was like late. I don't know if it was closed. Yeah. Oh yeah, exactly. Then all the booze is gone, and then then it's late at night, and you're like, fuck, you really want to get drunk. I want to say we still were able to get drunk, I think, somehow, because that fucking hurt. That hurt. Oh man. Nice, good reversal. So you can see the uptrend channel right there. You know, resistance into this 545, 550 area. Support back down below it around the 435, 440 area. And you're just going to kind of chop around in that channel right there. Choppy, chop, 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 chop. And also, I know I love the companies want to have a glass bottle, and I get it. I don't mind, and they're usually the cheaper companies, and it sucks, but I don't mind a plastic bottle. You know, give me a plastic bottle. And that's actually me and Avery would always travel to Vegas. Because you go out to Vegas, like, especially when you would go before they put, like, liquor stores a little on the outskirts. You can go to, like we go to, like, Total Wine and Liquor now, or you try to get liquor in Vegas, because, you know, yes, you can try to free it as much as you can and go to the casino floor, whatever. Still, regardless, you're going to run across a time where you want to drink in your room, right? And, man, those liquor stores were crazy expensive. And we went to, like, New York, like, those cities that we'd go, and then we already have it, you know, so when we get to our hotel room, it's like, boom, you already have alcohol. Now you don't have to go get any. So me and Avery, that's where I would always pack a plastic half-gallon bottle in our luggage. Luckily, no one ever stole it. Usually it wasn't the best of vodka or whatever, with tequila or whatever the fuck we would take, you know. I was like, if they take it, they take it, or whatever. It was only 15, 20 bucks, you know. At least it wasn't the good stuff. Yeah, X-Source because you're looking out the floor. yeah, like, you're like sweeping it up, hoping there's no glass in there. You're like getting those little, what are those little droplet things, and you're trying to suck it up, you know, those little, whatever those damn things are called that you, oh my gosh, what am I trying to suck, suture, like a little suture, well, not suture, what are those things called, tincture, like a tincture thing, and you're trying to, like, just get as many drops as you can. That was pretty bad. That one was pretty bad. One of the worst ones I've had over the past couple of years. And it was crazy. It was every other year for me and Avery. It seemed like here recently. Since about 2018. No, 19. 18. It was 2018. 2018, Avery pulls a Josh, and I forgot what the hell she did, and broke the glass to the door on our Dallas house, like the back glass. Like, you know, you have the back door. It had two. It had the normal back door, but it had like the screen back door. Well, the screen back door was not a screen door. It was like a real actual like flood door, water door, you know, like an outdoor door, you know, so to speak. So we had two doors there. And that outdoor door, like the metal-y kind of one that was on the outside, had a window that you could like open up or whatever. I don't know if I forgot. Anyway, she fucking cut her arm. It broke the glass, cut her arm. Pretty decent size, and she still has a scar. Then the next year, I definitely still have a scar. Then the next year, the crazy frontline winds came through Dallas, and long story short, I put like a little canopy over because in Dallas we had a carport. We didn't have an actual. They turned the garage, what would have been the garage, into a bedroom. The house that we have in Dallas, we sold it now, but that house was a 3-bedroom. Was originally a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house. Well, they turned it into a 3-bedroom house, and a lot of those in that neighborhood did that, so it was a 3-1, and would turn the garage into a bigger room, right? A bigger, whether a living area or we turned it. We did ours. We just turned it into a bedroom. Well, so we don't have a garage. Well, she just got her Jeep Wrangler, the purple guy Thanos, and I just got my brand new. We never have had brand new cars. Well, she just got a brand new Jeep Wrangler that had it, you know, like 50, however many miles on it, so it's newer. And I just got my Jeep Grand Cherokee. So within about not much time, we have brand new vehicles for the first time ever. So I'm like, I want something to protect this, you know, like if we ever get hail or whatever, like a storm. Well, I put a canopy out there, and I kind of put stakes in the ground, and okay, that's pretty fucking sturdy. Literally, that was like it was. Look it up. June 8th, 2019. Dallas had almost 80-mile-an-hour frontline winds. I mean, half the city was out without power. Trees were down. It was fucking nuts. 80-mile-an-hour frontline winds. Like, literally what an F1 tornado produces. Bro, you should have seen this fucking thing. And then it's up and lifted, going into the trees, but coming back on. There's a tree in our front yard. Me and Avery runs out there. We have the stairs that go down. It's that concrete texture that's, when it gets wet, it's really fucking slick. She jetted out there before I did when she starts seeing the canopy lifting up off of our vehicles, because it's going to just go flying, and we don't want it to like break someone else's car or fuck up our cars because of the poles. So she runs out there, feet from underneath her, busts her ass. I bring her back in. I'm trying to love on her because she's fucking hurting and pretty much almost crying. It starts another big front line comes through, and it's doing it again. I'm like, well, you stay here. I'll do what I can out there by myself. what do you think happens to me? I do the same thing, but since I weigh 60 more pounds than she does, I guess is what I'm thinking. My momentum takes me not only off that front like, so, you know, we had stairs, the top, you'd walk upstairs and it was like a nice patio, a good size, not big, but a patio. And it was all, unfortunately, that slick, that concrete texture that had been painted. You know, they painted it. I don't know why they did that, because that made it even it's like slicker. So I go out there, feet from underneath me. I still to this day don't know how I cut my knee. Like, I had a gash on my knee, right below my knee, about that long, and it was a big gash. I say big, but it wasn't only about maybe an inch or two long, but it was a thick guy. And I've still to this day have no idea how I got the gash. I have no idea what I hit. I get up. I don't really realize it at first. I'm out there by myself, so Avery then comes back out there, and then she's yelling at me, because then I look down, I have blood just going down my leg, and she's like, you need to go to the emergency room right now. But I'm like, I'm not fucking leaving. And I was like, I'm not leaving these fucking cars. Like, luckily, in the long story short, there was only minor scratches, you know, and a couple of minor dents that were put into the vehicles because of the stupid fucking poles in this thing, this you know, little tent thing or whatever I put over them, canopy, so to speak. Luckily knew the people at Dallas Dodge, and so they buffed out the scratches and the small little dents were removed. It was like nothing ever happened. But, and then the next year, 2020, that's when we moved in here. Groot and whatever, Petey, for whatever weird reason, I left, and I think Groot, they got into a fight. Avery's got to separate them. She gets bit. Anyway, it was like back. 2020, then it was 2020 for my toe. 2021 was my toe then. 2021 was my toe. 2022... I think we finally got to take off in 2022. And that's when that's when the dogs, that's where we've had that stretch where we've had like every year and a dog, you know, essentially a kid has passed, you know. It's been so sad and sucky. Where this year it was Brody and Groot. So last year McFly, you know, year before it's just been like, so that's been the real headache now. We were splitting back and forth. He was getting some pretty good scars for a few years there. Because I never forget when the toe thing happened, I brought it up. I'm like, we're fucking still doing this. It's every other year one of us is getting fucking. Anyway. All right, guys, I'm out for the day. You guys have a great weekend. There's some stories from AK. The AK stories. Opened up the AK vault. I still would watch MNDR here in After Hours. Spy's kind of finally doing what I figured it would do on a Friday. Usually this is typically what I'm talking about. You get to 30 minutes in and you just crawl. You're barely moving. A lot, like I said earlier, with Knox, and Knox is still doing that. MNDR is the only one I would watch for more movement in After Hours, and especially if it holds this middle portion line. If it holds this middle portion line, we're already getting a 30-cent bounce. This could still squeeze and go to new highs for sure. And I'll promise you right now that we will be looking at this on Monday morning for sure. 100%. Bye. Bye. Oh, I haven't done this one in a while. People hate this. Who really likes ASMR? Like, who really likes this? Who's into this? I don't get it. It's really weird. And then you start doing this. Or whatever the girls do. And they chew on gum and shit. What is that? This is so weird. Most people don't like it. But some people do, though. What if I learned? There's no way I could talk like that. I just couldn't. It's so much energy. And I would really have to concentrate to do that. Like, you know, even like go like on a live stream like TikTok, where I used to see that for like, thank God. But at first on TikTok, when I signed up for a few years ago, when it was, that was like a lot of the For You, you know, that For You page. That was on there a lot. And I'm like, not interested. Like, how do I stop seeing these? Like, these people going live and doing that ASMR bullshit. All right, guys, y'all have a good weekend. I'll throw some more jams on here. I think it's still on. Yeah, it's still on. The Christmas music. Got the Detroit Lions versus the Packers. I don't know how many of these I'm seeing now. There's so many of these I'm seeing where they put like a little animated AI, you know, kind of like whatever it is, whether it's a game room, it's your bedroom, it's a living room. And you can see the old school Packers versus Lions game. And then there's some where there's like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, like it's a video game that's playing or it's a movie that's playing. This one's pretty cool though. The Lions, by the way, play every Thanksgiving. Every Thanksgiving you can watch the Lions and the Cowboys play. And so that's kind of what they're going with here. Can't wait for it. Next Thursday, Thanksgiving. We're doing this right here. Lions always have the first game. And this is exactly what me and my family will be doing, watching the Lions and whoever they play, and eating some fine food. You guys have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. I will see you guys all back here on Money Monday. Of course, if you are a part of the free live stream today, don't forget the Black Friday sale start today and run through Cyber Monday. There is my website. I'm sure most of you already know what my website is, and so go take advantage if you actually want more help in your trading journey. And I'll real quickly break it down one last time. Live stream access, $70 a month. If you book that, I'm throwing in 1 free month of the morning alerts and 1 free one-on-one. If you buy the 6-month package, which I need to move this up, I just added it today. So you get 2 months free, by the way, of this. This is 2 months free. 7 times 6 is 42. It's 1 month free. It's 1 month free. Let me do the right math. It's 1 month free. So you get 1 month free. This is actually, if you do $70 times 6, it's $420. Well, this is only $350. Other trading rooms, I promise you, will never have prices like this in the add-on. So not only are you going to get 6 months of morning stream with me, you're going to get 3 one-on-ones with me, and you're going to get 3 months of the morning alerts. If you buy the yearly live stream package, you're getting 6 months of the morning alerts and 6 one-on-ones with me. If you buy the combo pack of the yearly live stream and the morning alerts, which is also, by the way, 2 months free of morning alerts and 2 months free of the live stream at that price, I'm throwing in the 23 pack. That's $875 in added value. So essentially, like I was saying earlier, this would be like going to Best Buy and you say, you're going to get the 65-inch TV, but Best Buy is also going to throw in a 55-inch for free. Or you get the 75-inch TV and Best Buy is going to give you the 65 for free. Or you get the 85-inch TV and they're going to throw in the 75 for free. Or you're going to get the 55-inch TV and they're going to give you a 4K player with surround sound and 4K movies. They don't do that. They give it to you for cheaper, any of those things I just mentioned, but not all the extra, essentially buy one, get one. If you book any of these packages right here for one-on-ones, and that's what I'm trying to do, is that you not only have the live stream, but you get morning alerts and you get a one-on-one. You get the live stream, but then you get 6 months of morning alerts and 6 one-on-ones. Vice versa here. If you get 4 one-on-ones with me, I'm giving you 1 month of live stream and 1 month of morning alerts. For the 6-pack, I'm throwing 2 months of live stream, 2 months of morning alerts. For the 12-pack, 3 and 3, and for the 23-pack, you get 6 months of live stream access and 6 months of morning alerts for free. So again, what that would be what? A $350 value plus 6 of those. 6, that's 8, what, 1 and 180. So you're talking, almost $550 for free. Or that's why even a better package, and then that's why I'm like, I only got $875, but you get 23 one-on-ones with me, 6 of these and 6 of these. But for $125 more, you get a year, so 12 of these and 12 of those, and 23 of these for only $125 more. So it's an even better value. That's why that's the best one. This is by far the best, because you get a year's worth, 12 months of one-on-one, or 12 months of morning alerts and 12 months of the live stream. So a whole year's worth of access. Plus you get 23 one-on-ones. If you have any questions about anything, team, don't be scared to ask questions. Please speak up. Be you. Do things in life that maybe sometimes push your boundaries. You need to push yourself. So that's one thing right there, going back to that, where you're scared. You don't ask questions. You don't come and get help. One-on-one help. I'm telling you, you need to invest in yourself. Ask questions on the Discord. Ask questions when I'm going live here. Go over your trades. Go over levels. Hey, I have levels in. I want to see, I have levels in on MNDR. I want to see you put levels in, Josh. Go put them in if you wouldn't mind real quickly. That's why I'm here. That's the stuff that's going to help you become a better trader. I'll see you guys back here on Money Monday if you're around for the live stream. Wednesday for the free live stream, and as well as Friday next week. Throw some jams on. You guys have a good weekend. I get a weekend off from not having to worry about my Broncos. Not worry about them, but doing good this year. We got to keep the wins up. Bang-a-rang, baby!
you.